Good evening and welcome to our council meeting this evening. Today is March 10th, 2026. This is our regular meeting for the month of March, City of Dilley Council. Can I call a meeting to order at 6:32 p.m.? Ms. Prado, can you please do roll call?
Mayor Alexandria Inocencio,
Present.
Councilmember Place One Everardo Castillo,
Present.
Councilmember Place Two Eric Aranda,
Present.
Councilmember Place Three Alicia Machado,
Here.
Councilmember Place Four Ray Aranda,
Present.
Councilmember Place Five Noel Perez.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay.
We do have a quorum. If we can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and the Texas flag. It's in the front. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Invocation. Council, does anybody want to do the honors for invocation? Or Ms. Moran? Oh, Rudy Alvarez. I'm sorry. Mr. Alvarez, invocation, please.
Fill our hearts and minds with courage, clarity, and understanding that we navigate the challenges to our faith. May your wisdom illuminate our path, and your love empower us today with unwavering faith.
Item number 5, citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the city council on any issue or any item of the agenda in compliance with LGC section 551.007. The city council may not discuss any presented issue, nor may any action be taken on any issue at this time. Citizens to be heard are limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion JC 0169.
Mayor, we have one citizen, Deborah Hughes.
Hi, good evening, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. On behalf of the elections, and we're looking to promote election workers in the school. We've been invited by the superintendent from Dilley ISD to present information to a class that would include certification through Secretary of State as a poll worker. Before moving forward, I'd appreciate hearing from each of you via text, call, or email with any of your concerns or suggestions. Election experience can beef up a young person's resume, be included on a college application, and possibly earn community service credits. So I have been speaking informally with Ms. Natasha and Ms. Kelly Dubose. So we hope to bring things together to benefit the city and beef up our the pool of poll workers, because we're always short. Okay, and on another topic, I'm going to change topics. I want to thank you personally for embracing Red Cross Month. March is Red Cross Month, because everyone knows when you're in trouble, who are you going to call? It's going to be 1-800-RED Cross. Say it with me, 1-800-RED Cross. You've got it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And I'm going to also acknowledge Ms. Moran. She would like to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
and members of our community, welcome. First, I want to thank each of you for the confidence that you have placed in me and for the opportunity to serve the city. As the city administrator for City of Dilley, it is truly an honor to work for this community, and I am grateful for the trust that you have given me to help move the city forward. I want you to know that I approach this role with a strong sense of responsibility. My goal is to serve not only this council, but the entire community. I will work very hard every day to provide you with a clear information, sound recommendations, professional administration, and transparency so that you can make the best policy decisions for this community. One of my priorities is building a strong partnership with the City Council. Each of you represents the citizens of this community, and my role is to support you and the policy direction and help implement those goals for this city. Open communication and mutual respect are essential for a partnership to succeed. Another focus of mine will be strengthening the city's operations and financial management. Good governance means ensuring that our policies, our procedures, and financial practices are sound, they're transparent, and they are responsible. Taxpayers' dollars must always be managed carefully and with accountability. I strongly believe in supporting our city employees. Our staff are the people who deliver the services to our residents, whether it's public safety, utilities, parks, streets, or administrative services. I want to provide clear expectations, strong leadership, and the tools that they need in order to succeed and provide and build that professional and effective team for our community. Equally important, and especially dear to my heart, given the numerous years that I have served as a community development director and in planning, is that the City of Dilley has tremendous potential. By working together with residents, businesses, regional partners, and other agencies, we continue to improve the infrastructure, pursue grant opportunities, strengthen our economic development, enhance the quality of life for all citizens who call Dilley their home. My vision is for city government that is transparent, efficient, and forward-thinking. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Moran, and welcome to the City of Dilley. Item number 6, action to consent agenda. Items A, approve minutes for the January 20th, 2026 special meeting, January 28th, 2026 special meeting, February 18th, 2026 special meeting, and B, review of city bills. Council, those items are open for questions or discussion.
They're actually not. So with the consent agenda, y'all can just with one motion say, I move to approve the consent agenda. If there's anything on it that y'all want to talk about, you just say so and we'll remove it from the consent agenda, vote on the rest of whatever is left in the agenda, and then vote separately on that, or to have a discussion and vote on something else separately. So if there's no questions, y'all can just vote. But if you want to discuss about one of them, just say, I would like to pull item blank out of the consent agenda for discussion, and we'll go ahead and do that.
Council, you understand?
Okay.
Question. Are these the bills for,
So like, if you want to pull the bills out, we'll pull that out.
So he's
Let's-
asking us to implement.
Let's vote on the
new-
rest of the consent agenda and then we can talk bills.
It's a new.
And y'all can do that with
process.
any of these items.
So we can no longer discuss as I've opened consent agenda. He's requesting or suggesting that if there is a question pertaining to any of these items, that we remove it from consent agenda so that we
Yeah.
could discuss it and
The whole
approve
purpose of the
differently.
consent agenda is to be able to vote on multiple things that don't require discussion. So if it needs discussion, we'll pull it out of the consent agenda. So if you'd like to talk about the bills, that's fine. Y'all can,
Okay.
for the bills? Yeah. Just tell me you want to.
you can still say I move to approve the rest of the consent agenda other than the bills.
To pull the bills out?
You don't even need to move. If any one of you wants to talk about it, it's automatically pulled. So
I'll finish my question.
Well, let's go ahead and clear the rest of the consent agenda. And then
Yes.
we'll cover that. So is there, with regard to the minutes,
Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda
other than the bills?
other than the request from Ms. Machado?
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda for item A, the minutes of the January 20th, January 28th, and February 18th.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Redonda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
And now you're open to discussion on the.
I have a question on the bill. Excuse me, no question on the bill. Are these bills for January? Are they bills for February?
It's both. It's,
They're combined?
no, it's separated, but it's January and then it's, February.
So the ones for February, or are they?
3 pages down, February.
Mm, okay. Thank you very much. That's all I was asking.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's it. I just asked.
Okay, so
So the January would have been on the February meeting?
Right.
So those are here, and then this month's is for the February,
Right.
February.
Here that Mr. Albert is for, if we can speak directly into our mic so that they can hear back there the questions that are being asked or directed to them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question regarding that account. Janitorial services, we're paying a contract worker to provide janitorial services for the maintenance of City Hall, but then I see that
Can we please speak into the microphone? They cannot hear.
it's not on.
There you go.
Okay, regarding janitorial services, we're paying a contract worker for janitorial services, but then we're also paying an additional employee for custodial services. Is that the same thing?
So we'll.
For movie night?
Mr. Alves, they have a question on payables.
Mr. Avidas is our finance director. If you can get behind and address the question, Mr. Avidas.
Yes, sir.
Basic question. So our janitor is out, so we've been paying an employee, well, she's not an employee then, contract, I think we're paying her contract labor. So she's listed on here as contract work for janitorial services, but then I see that there's an additional person being paid custodial services for movie night. What is that?
For movie night,
Yes.
yeah, that was the temporary janitor while our regular janitor was out. Yeah, that's the contract services for the janitor. As far as movie night,
So whenever we host our toy drive, we do our annual movie,
Mhm.
Christmas Under the Stars. We do pay school janitorial services. It's just for a few hours so they can clean up and stuff.
So that's not for this, that was for services out there.
Yes, sir. It's a one-time service that we utilize once a year.
All right.
Yes, sir.
No question.
It was just
Thank
two of them, right? I believe that's what I saw, two only.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
And we do that
Okay.
every December.
That is all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions, council?
You have a question on the same page. It talks about
What page
Riley,
is that?
second page of on the January bills.
Okay.
Riley Outdoors banners / holiday decor, lighted decor. They're out for 7,600. Was that out for the Christmas parade or?
Those were for the Christmas lights that were posted on the poles. And the holiday banner that went across Main Street. The Christmas tree and the angel,
Oh, did we buy those?
yes.
But we haven't saved for next year because that's.
Okay. I had overlooked that account. Oh, So that was $7,000 in expenses that I don't recall being budgeted. Where did that come from? How did we pay for Christmas decor and the amount of $7,000?
Well, who's the company?
I don't know.
Riley's Outdoor LLC.
It's in the second page.
Yeah,
Yes, in
so
January.
bills. Second to the last.
Oh, yeah, not here. Okay, where it was charged to?
Yes, they want to know what,
Because it was never
Department of
budgeted,
Revenue.
where did we come up with money to pay for that Christmas decor?
I'd have to check with my bill.
Okay.
The February.
It was paid from the hot funds,
Okay.
park
So-
improvements.
That never came to council, and hot funds are not to be used for Christmas decor. It just doesn't meet the qualifications to use that type of funding for decor.
We did it out of custom that they know that had been the custom to do that. And also I believe that some, because we were exempt from the heads in beds, we could spend other expenditures on the park, on park improvements from the hot.
Park improvements fit into the minimum requirements, but decorations do not.
Okay.
It would be like fireworks for the 4th of July. It just doesn't fit in. But it's been done.
yes.
Council, if I can ask, do you all hold a parade in that area?
Yes.
So historically, hot funds are used because that's considered an event that draws heads to beds. And historically, those funds can be used. Now, the question whether or not, and I'm not sure if this was before my time. I know it was before my time since I've only been here 3 weeks, but Mr. Alvarez as well has not been here long enough. As far as the authorization, we will certainly note that any expenditures that deal with hot funds or any funds will come before council.
Thank you.
And I had one in February. It's the third to last, Frank's Construction. It states here that this bill was paid from last year's invoices. It's in parentheses. Why is this just getting paid?
Frank's Construction.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I-
It's a water pump repair and I can't read the other. It's a prison replacement.
Yes, so this was recently paid and I can invite Mr. Manuel, our engineering, to answer that question, but it was correct paid after. And there were some amendments needed to invoicing and some backup documentation for that.
Yes, that's correct. Mayor and council, on that particular item, the contractor, the construction contractor had performed some emergency repairs at the prison plant. And the electrical system had failed. They needed to do some upgrades to that to get it back in operational. It did take I think about a day or two, and then they got it back and running. They had another incident later in that summer, again with the electrical there, and they had that repaired. They submitted their invoice. Those were not part of a project, so they were just repairs that were done to, I guess, a component that was needed to be repaired within the city system. So that's where those came from, but they are from last year's budget, not this year's budget.
No, why did we just get the invoice now? And it just got paid in February?
they submitted the invoice, I think last year, but it hadn't, they weren't real clear in terms of what was exactly had been performed at the time. So then we went back, when we were notified about it, we went back and asked them to provide some information in terms of what repairs were done to the city's components. That's when the city had hired, we had put in an electrical generator at the prison. We had put in a temporary pump and we had some temporary equipment. So all of the vendors for that work got paid, except for, they were the only vendor that hadn't gotten paid on that work that had been done. And it just stayed, I guess it just kept staying and staying, and then,
So it was overlooked, the bill was overlooked.
Yes,
yes.
it was. It was brought to my attention during the time we didn't have a city administrator and so forth. And with Ms. Irma and Manuel contacted the contractor for us. We needed the backup documentation. We were not gonna release the amount of funds without the backup documentation of what work was going to be paid out.
That's correct.
And just as y'all are aware, we have a new city administrator. She is setting policies and procedures in place so that invoices do not get overlooked in the future and they're paid timely and presented to finance department in a timely manner.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council? Go ahead.
I have a comment to make.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to make sure that now we recognize that we have a new city administrator. We also have a financial director. Now, this group here is the mayor and my colleagues are not here to represent and plainly approve everything that goes on. Just rest assured that we are here to conduct a business, and we have full confidence in the financial director and the new city administrator to do the best in overlooking everything that goes on. I will remind you that we're on a fiscal year that happens to start, we're not on the federal year or calendar
Right.
year. We're on the fiscal year. So our budget begins October 1. So, but we're not here to rubber stamp plainly and approve of whatever you submit to this council. But I have full confidence that now we know what's going on, exactly what's going on. And one thing we don't do is buy a barrel that's marked up 100% and it'll cost you 100 pennies on the dollar. Well, that cost them. They make a lot of money on us, and we're not stupid. So thank you, Mayor. And I would advise, I know we have an agenda to follow, but I would recommend to the mayor and my colleagues that we take our out of town people that have to hit the road because the weather is going to get bad. At least I think so anyway.
Yes.
Just as a courtesy to the out of town people that we consider them first. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve city bills?
Mayor, if there's no further question, I move that we approve the city bills as presented.
Motion by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to department reports. We do have our department reports in the binder for your review prior to council meeting. We do have department heads present here. So I can ask the city secretary, do you have a report or anything that you'd like to add?
No, I don't have a report because all my items that I'm gonna report are our agenda items. That's why I didn't have a report.
Okay, thank you. City administrator report?
We don't have one at this time, Mayor. We will have one for the next council meeting.
Thank you. Finance director report?
Well, as everybody knows, I have completed my second month on the job, and I'm still working to make myself familiar with the demands of the job in terms of acquiring knowledge and budgeting time to accomplish the things that need to be addressed. In addition to the ongoing audit for fiscal year ending September 2025, we just got about that. We got that just about done. I knew there would be challenges, and there are, but nothing that cannot be corrected. And now we have the necessary position, now that we have the necessary positions filled. Working with our new city administrator and her direction, we hope to make some changes to the processes in place that will give the administration more control and hopefully make things easier for all concerned. Thankfully, we have a staff in place that takes their job responsibilities seriously, and from what I have seen, have the knowledge and ability to make things work for the city. They are very resourceful and self-reliant in the performance of their duties. I have been hampered somewhat with the lack of authority given to me by existing work documents and the absence of a city administrator. But now we have one, and the other problems we hope to correct tonight. I can assure you that the city is moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you.
We do have our Chief of Police.
So, Mayor, Council, we did share our statistics with y'all. A couple of other things that I wanted to share with y'all tonight is if y'all look at one of the handouts that I passed before the start of the meeting, we have our Texas Commission of Law Enforcement Agency Audit Report. So this was audited in November of 2025. There were 4 minor deficiencies that we have corrected. Over to your left, where it says audit status, it has been closed and resolved. The individual did put comments on there and required corrective actions at the bottom. So those have been corrected. Like I said, it was just minor things that needed to be corrected as far as paperwork. In addition to that audit, we also just had our CJIS audit. I'm still waiting on an audit report from that. He did come and share some information with our city administrator, referencing some of his initial findings. I do want to point out that most of them are building and structure and a couple of IT issues that we have. CJIS is our operating system. Essentially, it's tied into the FBI, and that's how we get backgrounds and information for individuals that we make contact with. Once we do have that report, we will share it with y'all. Like I said, as far as policies and operation, there really wasn't any findings. It's more of our building needs to be brought up to par, secured, and IT. We do got Tony working on those 2 recommendations for IT to get a cost on what it will cost to do that.
Thank you, Chief.
Any questions, Mayor, Council?
Yeah, thank you. Public Works Department report.
Mayor, Council, I just wanted to update you. We are gonna do for Premier Engineering at our walking trail project, we're gonna shave down that mound where the swimming pool is. I don't know if you're aware of. It's a high area there. So in order to save money, we're gonna do it in-house. So we've got to drop like 1.5 feet off of that berm. So we're gonna do it with our equipment. So they can complete that little section. And they're still lacking the driveways, but that'll be completed as soon as they start back up on it again. We did have some vandalism on our restrooms. They kicked the door and we had to replace the doorknob on the men's restroom. So just an FYI. We also, lately, we've been having a spike in sewer backups. And upon discovering and digging them up, there's old clay lines that we have in the system. And I've updated Manuel, so we can start looking into maybe getting a project so we can replace those lines. They're like original clay lines. They crack over time and roots started getting in them and we have to, repair them. But we're doing little patch-up jobs, so I recommend I'll change the whole line. And we are also getting quotes on gas pipeline replacement. We have two areas. Beginning on Leona Street, on True Heart, 2 blocks in the south, where the power station is. I don't know if y'all, the substation there. Those 2 blocks. We're getting a quote on that. An additional quote on Polungo Street. That's the whole street, so that'll be like 3,000 feet on that. So as soon as I get those numbers, we'll bring them up to the council. And this is for our gas system. You guys got any questions?
Regarding the walking trail lights, any update on possible when we're gonna install those?
If we can start in-house during regular working hours. We haven't had time to do that.
Yeah.
But at least 1 or 2 per day we can do. Just do it in-house. So avoid-
That, or, I mean, if there's funds, maybe we could see if about working weekends, if somebody wants to work overtime. But I mean, we've had those sites sitting there probably going on 2 years.
Yeah, would have to look at the budget.
Okay.
And do it on overtime hours.
Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Engineering report, do y'all want to wait to your items or do you want to provide a report now? Go ahead.
Okay, Mayor and Council, during the engineering report, I'll just briefly touch on the item that is not on the agenda. We have some items that are on the agenda, so I'll leave those out. Mr. Rudy just touched up a little bit on the sidewalk. We're about 85% complete on that job. So we're getting close to finishing that, and I know that our summer activities are picking up. I know our little leagues starting up. So we'll visit with a contractor and consult with them so that they can start doing some other cleanup and make sure that areas maintained a little bit in better condition. And then we are also working with Mr. Rudy and his staff on doing a water loss audit report and some of the other yearly reports that are required, just so that we can stay in compliance with funding agencies that ask for when we ask for money, then they'll ask us, do you have these reports? And those are yearly that are needed. So we're working on some of those already with it.
Thank you for that.
And that's it. That's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 8, presentations. 8A, presentation and acknowledgement of the City of Dilley's quarterly financial and investment report for the quarter of fiscal year 2025 through 2026. Mr. Alvarez?
The report should be in your packet. If I can point out some things, everything seems to be going well in the budget for this first quarter. Of course, it's only 25% of the year, except the prison waterwork construction account, which shows revenue of 48,000, and all of that is interest on the escrow accounts, and expenditures of 209,800. However, I did verify that the funds were drawn down and received from escrow, but apparently posted to another fund. We're tracking it down and it will be corrected. It's for general fund revenues exceed expenditures for this first quarter. We're gonna have to wait and see how it looks at the second quarter. Utility fund also is same thing with the utility fund, as the first quarter revenues exceed expenditures. The only concern is the gas fund, where gas sales were only 15% of budget. This is especially concerning because most of the gas sold for the year is in the cold months of the year. but we know about the problems in the gas. If we can keep to the budget, we'll be lucky and lose only $100,000 this year, which I don't know if, historically that hasn't been the case. We lose more money than that. However, I'm pleased to report that we had a pleasant surprise in that when I came in, there was $1.5 million in the general fund cash account, which is separate from the general fund pooled cash, the claim on cash in the pooled account from general fund. Almost all of the money collected for sales tax and core civic payments, which started in April for fiscal years 24-25, had not been transferred to the pooled cash, which showed a critically low balance, and that's what was being reported to us. We now have a healthy balance of $700,000 in the pooled cash, plus there's another $700,000 in this is general fund cash, which is the money collected this year since October for the sales tax and the core civic payments. As you may know, each month we bill INS for $15 million. All of it is a little over $15 million. All of it goes to core civic except for about $75,000. So, and there's really no expense to the city. As Mr. Perez might remember, and before it was reopened, back then it was not core civic, it was what was the name of it? What?
CCA.
Yes, okay. Some city in New Mexico was doing the billing. There's some government regulation where they have to contract with the city to do that. And it basically costs the city nothing. It just, we get the data from Core Civic and we bill INS. They send us the money, we send it to Core Civic, and the city's portion is about $75,000 a month, which in the long run will be about $800,000 to $900,000 a year. So I think that put us in a more favorable position for this year. I think that if we keep a tight rein on expenses, we should be okay, and we will have an even better picture after the second quarter, which ends this month. And I will report back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Item 8B, proclamation declaring the month of March as Red Cross Month in Dilley, Texas. The month of March is American Red Cross Month. I'm going to read aloud the proclamation to declare the month of March. American Red Cross Month 2026, a proclamation. In March, we celebrate American Red Cross Month by honoring our neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible in Dilley, Texas. Every day, their acts of kindness change lives, bringing relief, comfort, and hope when help can't wait. This compassionate spirit runs deep in our community, just as it has for 145 years through the American Red Cross. Today, those who serve with the San Antonio chapter of the American Red Cross light the way during emergencies. Whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort after disasters, providing a safe, life-saving blood supply for patients facing conditions like cancer treatments, childbirth, complications, and traumatic injuries, assisting military members, veterans, and their families with 24/7 global support, or empowering individuals with skills like first aid and CPR that saves lives. These collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another. As we mark Red Cross Month, let's celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up so no one faces an emergency alone. Now therefore, I, Mayor Alexandria Inocencio of Dilley, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the laws of Dilley and Texas, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Red Cross Month. I encourage all citizens of Dilley to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 10th day of March in the year of our Lord, 2026, and of Dilley, Texas. Do you have the paper for me to sign for? Okay. I will sign that. And again, anybody who has helped with their service to the Red Cross, thank you for that. If you have not shared your time in volunteering or to get familiar with what Red Cross can do for our communities and how we can partner with them, I ask that we all take that step and become familiar with that. Moving on to public hearings. 9A, open public hearing. It is 7:14 PM. We're opening the public hearing regarding the submission of an application for the Alamo Area Council of Governments, ACOG, Year 2026 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, program through the Texas Department of Agriculture, and authorize the publication of the notice of intent to apply for said grant funding. Mrs. Moran?
Mayor, members of the council, this public hearing is to allow for public input and comments regarding a CDBG grant that is going to be, that is currently on the agenda for you all to consider and authorize. Mr. Esser will address that at that particular time. This is to allow for public comments regarding that CDBG grant that we're asking council to consider authorizing us to submit. So you
Thank
can
you.
call for anyone who wishes to.
Yes. Do we have any comments or questions from the audience to address council regarding this public hearing?
We will discuss that at the next agenda item that's up, but this was published in the newspaper at the time when council authorized a grant that was submitted, I believe, in 2024, Mr. Esser. At that time, it was published in the newspaper, so we're going to bring that up. That should be part of your packet. You'll see a newspaper a publication that was done in 2024 for that particular grant.
Ms. Moran, can you, or Mr. Esser, provide some information so?
But as to what the grant application was for, the scope of services at that time? We have a public comment. Someone wants to know what it was that we were looking at applying for.
Okay, so appreciate that. First of all, I just want to say, I want to compliment y'all tonight. I like the setting. Y'all did good from what I've been used to. So it's amicable, congenial, and more family-like. So congratulations on that. So back in 2024, the city of Dilley submitted a pre-application, and entities within the Alamo Area Council of Government were eligible to submit a pre-application. The pre-application is pretty streamlined. It did require a commitment of match in the amount of 5%, $37,500. The reason you do that, reason you commit that is to get the maximum points to score the application, to receive those extra points. So at the end of the day, the city has moved up and in the ranking and scoring and has been invited by the Texas Department of Agriculture to now submit a full-blown application by May 15th, 2026. At the time of the pre-application, the city of Dilley recognized the use of the funds for the priority in the Alamo Area Council of Government region that would give them the maximum points. And those activities was water and sewer. So at the end of the day, the city of Dilley will do some water or sewer development, some water or sewer activity, some water or sewer improvement, due to the fact that that's what they recognized in the pre-application that they were going to use their funds for. So again, that got them the maximum points, which was 50. So they got 50 for the number one priority activity in the region. They got 50 points for the match that they committed. So that right there was 100 points. So they floated to the top, and now they're being invited to submit a full application by the middle of May. So at the end of the day, the city will prioritize and either do a water or sewer project. Any questions on that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What was the amount?
750,000,
250?
750,
750.
750, and the city committed 5%, which is 37.5 to get the maximum 50 points.
And council, y'all are gonna get a chance to talk about this and ask questions when the item comes up. At this point, it's just a public hearing. It's a chance for the public to speak. And if there's no one from the public that wants to speak, then you can close the public hearing and mark the time and move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will ask again, are there any public comments? Okay. We will close the hearing at 7:19 PM. Moving on to new business. Council, if we can please move item number 22 to the front of business. Mr. Rodriguez, discuss, consider an act on approving modification number P00037 to the existing contract between the City of Dilley and the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE, and authorizing the mayor to execute all necessary documents related thereto. Item number 22 in your binder. You do have your modification. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for being here. We have invited him here to answer any questions y'all may have regarding the modifications.
Good evening, city administrator, mayor, council members, city attorney, and city officials. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you all tonight. Yes, so tonight, the main item was the contract modification. And that contract modification deals primarily with incorporating a different set of standards for the adult female population that we have at the facility. And that would be the National Detention Standards 2025 edition. And it also incorporates a proposal for the education program for the family units that we recently implemented on March 2nd. So those were the two main items on that contract modification. Did you all have any questions on those items or?
I noticed a lot that did not apply, excuse me, to the Dilley detention center. And I was just taken aback, does not apply to the Dilley because we don't have anything available as far as besides humane housing, which we do. And I personally happen to disagree with our good Congressman from San Antonio, who called it a trailer detention center.
Yes.
I beg to differ, but we have offered good housing at least 10 years, as far as I know. And I would like to go on record, Mayor and fellow council, that we have been doing business with NHS for the longest time. And if anyone differs with the way the enforcement of the law is concerned, we're not in that business. That is not the city of Dilley. The city of Dilley serves as a detention center only. The enforcement of the law is out of our hands. So I beg to differ with housing as we are with y'all. And that is the only question I had, was that it did not apply to the Dilley Detention Center because of the female population that we have. And that seems to be the only real crux of the agreement at this point.
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
there's really no other changes as far as I know. I don't know, Mayor, I thank you for your time.
What we
Thank
did
you.
there, sir, we went through those national detention standards and we identified things that did not apply to our facility. As you all know, our facility is not a traditional detention center. It's a very soft center. So there was a lot of items on there that didn't apply to us. Items such as special housing unit, segregation units, things like that. We don't have any of that. Also, there was a lot of physical plant requirements that didn't apply because obviously, the setup that we have in there. So that's what we identified, and we asked for waivers on those items, primarily so we wouldn't be held accountable for those items. As far as life safety standard requirements and all of that is still stays in there. Obviously, we're focused on maintaining a safe, secure, and humane operation there. So we did keep the most important components of those standards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, if there are no further questions, may I please have a motion?
I'll move that we enter into this contract, Mayor.
Motion by Councilmember Place 5, Noel Perez. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, if I could have a few minutes, if you don't mind,
Sure, go ahead.
to make some comments. First of all, I wanted to, on behalf of CoreCivic, I wanted to apologize for all of the negative media that has come as a result of our operation. I can assure you that the information that's being conveyed out there is not accurate. And I don't want you to take my word for it. I invite you all to please come out there and see our facility. Please, you guys are always welcome, and just let us know. You don't even have to schedule it or anything, just that we're going out there today. I want you to see it firsthand so that you can see the operation that we operate that facility and see for yourself that it is not the way we're being portrayed. I would not be a part of that if there was any accuracy to any of that. So just wanted to apologize for that. And certainly CoreCivic values our partnership with the city of Dilley, and we're committed to providing the best service possible. So we really appreciate your support. I especially wanted to commend Chief Hernandez and Mr. Esparza. They've been a great source of support for us. We've had a few issues here lately out there, and they've been great in responding and providing us the assistance needed. So just from the bottom of my heart, thank you all very much for the support and the assistance that you all have provided, and we want to continue our partnership. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
For that.
Thank you all.
We know it's fake news.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Item number 10, discuss, consider an act on replat submittal for 301 East Miller Street, Dilley, Texas, 78017. Manuel?
Mayor and Council, on the replat for 301 East Miller Street, we have reviewed that replat, and everything is compliance with the city's ordinances and regulations. The only thing that we will be requesting on behalf of the city is that the developer adds a note, and within that note, for them to include that the owner developer is responsible for the utilities before he makes any sale of any property. So that if he does it a year from now, the owner developer is responsible for that utility to be available to that lot and not the city. That's the only thing that I'd like to maybe add to it. And so we would recommend for it to be approved with that note being added to it. Do we have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
Honey Bee Homes. Are they gonna build there? Are they gonna build homes there?
That's my understanding.
Is there a deadline?
For them to build the homes?
Yes.
No, they don't have that, and that's why I didn't want us, like, I wanted to make sure that the utilities are available before any lot was sold. But to my knowledge, I don't know if there is a deadline for them to build there.
We do have, Mr. Setter,
Honeybee.
Setter, from Ben, from Premier, from the engineering for he is on Zoom. So
On Zoom?
yes, you can hear him. If you have any questions, he will respond to you.
Okay, well then that's fine.
That's
Hello,
fine.
test. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Ben Setterbo with Setterbo Engineers. I'm out of San Antonio and apologize for not being there in person today. Actually made the last meeting last month and that one turned out not to be able to meet quorum. And so yeah, with the weather coming in this evening, decided to join in from Zoom. So but thank you for hosting me. So to answer your question, there is no timeline at this point. I know the owner developer, they are planning on constructing at least one home in the immediate future. There is already an existing home on the corner lot that we're breaking out into a separate lot. But yeah, in terms of overall timeline, I'm not aware of a timeline where all 5 homes will be built out.
That's fine. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, council?
This will technically be, if y'all are voting with conditions, if you're adding a condition, you're voting to approve with conditions, it's called. So what will happen is you'll approve it subject to adding that note. Once the developer or the applicant adds that note, this will come back to y'all again to say, hey, we met the condition, and then y'all will vote to approve it, and that'll take place in the next 30 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you review these documents?
Manuel?
No, I'm talking
Who?
legal.
Oh, legal, sorry.
No,
You haven't reviewed the documents?
I have not. This is a plat, right?
Yes.
And y'all don't have a planning and zoning, so it comes straight
Yeah.
to
Comes
council.
council.
But no, I have not looked at them. Good.
Ms. Foster, do you have anything to share with council regarding this or? Okay, go ahead. Come to the mic. Yes. I know, sorry.
This is definitely not my thing as far as building homes. I've never done it before other than our own at one time in San Marcos, but God's just put it on my heart that this city that needs housing, we have a lot of people, teachers that come to mind, different ones that live out of town and are coming and driving back and forth from somewhere else because housing is not available. And it has been on my heart for a long time to try to come up with a way to provide housing for them, decent housing. Also, our young families are doing better for themselves now, and they are looking to buy, you know, homes, and what I'm seeing a lot is people buying double wides and trailer homes, and, you know, as we know, that's not the greatest investment, for anybody. But, so what I want to do, what my plan is to build modest, affordable, but, you know, modern homes, 3-bedroom, things that people can afford and something to be proud of. And so, anyway, so that's what we're looking at. So I don't know what the need is right now. So we're gonna start with one, see how that goes, go from there. But as soon as we get it plotted, then we're gonna put the utilities on each of them, so they're ready to go. And then when it's time to start building, then we can step right in and start doing it as needed. So, but that's it.
All
If
right,
y'all
well,
have any questions?
Awesome.
Thank you.
thank you. Appreciate you giving the further information. Council, if I could please have a motion?
Mayor, move that we approve the replat submittal for 301 East Miller Street in Dilley, Texas, 78017, as presented by Premier Engineering, with the condition that when it is developed, that the owner developer is responsible for utilities to the property.
It's specifically adding a plat note there on the plat to that effect.
Okay.
As he stated.
I'm checking
I
your.
didn't even hear, him.
You're good. The
You're good.
motion's good.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion on the table by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda, second by Councilmember Place 5, Noel Perez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Number 11, discuss, consider an act on update progress report regarding the Texas General Land Office Water Well Improvement Project.
Mayor and council, on this general land office water improvement project, it entails the new water well that we're working on for the city. We have been working on all the documents that needed to be uploaded have been uploaded, so all the documentation is now on the portal for review by the agency. We are continuing to work on the design and working on permitting, getting the permitting process completed so that we can continue to move the progress of this water well. We do have monthly meetings with the general land office for this project to make sure that we stay on schedule, and there is some improvements every month, or if there is anything that is holding up the project, that we're able to review that during those monthly meetings. And we have a monthly meeting coming up this Thursday. That's just an update on this particular project. The project entails a new water well with a backup generator, with a VFD. The VFD allows the staff to increase or decrease the amount of water coming out of that water well. So if we have one of our existing wells running and it's during the summertime and we need a little bit extra water, but not the full amount of the second well, we can turn it on and put it at maybe 20%, and it will, then both wells will be functioning at the same time, giving the plant its maximum, I guess, treatment capacity. Because if we run to them right now, it's more than the plant can handle. Okay. That's just an update on that project. Do you have any questions on it?
You're still I know you're having meetings, but do you have a projected start date or no?
This project, we're looking towards the end of this year to have bidding for it and to get it into construction. Our construction needs to be completed by, I believe, was February of 2028. So we would, I think we would be able to have all of those components done and completed before that timeline comes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you for the update.
thank you.
Thank you for the update. 12, discuss, consider an act on a resolution number 26-03-01 to authorize the submission of an application to the Alamo Area Council of Government Year 2026 Community Development Block Grant CDBG Program through the Texas Department of Agriculture and authorize the publication of the notice of intent to apply for said grant funding. Mrs. Moran?
Yes, Mayor, this is the grant application that we discussed earlier during the public hearing. And at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Esser to go in a little bit more details and answer those questions that we weren't able to address during the public hearing.
So, so what the action is here tonight is just to move forward. As I mentioned, we had the pre-application that's been approved, and now the city has moved up. They've actually been invited. Oh, sorry. They've actually been invited to submit a full-blown application in the amount of in the application request of $750,000. And so we have a kind of a sensitive timeline here that the application has to be complete and submitted by the middle of May. And so it's very methodical. There's some steps that's got to be taken, and the city is exercising some of those steps tonight. They did the public hearing, which had to be completed by March 31st. There'll be some other steps to be completed on the timeline, and the application deadline date is May 15th of 2026. So it'd be my recommendation to the council that they would approve the resolution and authorize the submission of the application in the amount of $750,000.
I do have one question though, for my colleagues and the mayor, and of course our new city administrator. Are you the program of record? Are you the grant writer of record for the city of Dilley? Do you represent the city of Dilley per se? I'm just asking.
No, sir, I'm just familiar with the project.
Because I saw Mr. Vargas in the audience, and I don't know who else is a grant writer, but
Yeah,
I'm just, you know,
I'm just here offering information. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can address that, Councilman Bettis. You do have two other items that also pertain to this particular grant application, and that's to go out for procurement for administrative services for this grant, and then one to go out for engineering services for this grant.
I know Premier is our engineer record. I was just asking
Yes, sir.
because I
You're
just met the gentleman tonight, and I was just
So
wondering.
we will be going out to procure for an administrative grant consultant.
Very well, thank you.
I also want to point out that in your packet, you do have that resolution we mentioned earlier that was submitted back in 2024. That's the resolution. When this agenda item was written, we were told that we would use that same resolution. You also have in your packet, you'll see some scorings that were done. And if you'll note that we were just right up below that cutoff, and since then, we've been invited to now submit a full-blown application, and that's what we're here for, asking to authorize us to submit that application. My recommendation is that this application is a good application to go forward with, because when you look at the match at $37,005, those are the types of grants that we want to go to that have very minimal match requirements. And it's going to give us a lot more grant monies of, in this case, $750,000 to do those improvements that Mr. Esser talked about.
And I just want to add, Mr. Esser is a consultant, and he currently is our administrator for our GLO grant that we have, that we just provided, Mr. Manuel provided us an update with. If there are no further questions, council, may I have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the submission of a Texas Community Development Grant, Block Grant Program application to the Texas Department of Agriculture for Community and Development Fund.
Motion by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 13, discuss, consider, and act on requesting proposals for pre-funding administration services and post-funding administration services regarding the 2026 CDBG Community Development Fund grant application. Mrs. Mora?
Ms. Mayor and Council, this is the agenda item that pertains to asking council to authorize us to submit for procurement for a grant consultant. So what we would do is we would put this in the paper, requesting bid proposals or RFPs, requests for proposals, and we will also send these out to several certified grant consultants that TDA keeps a list of who those are. And we will be submitting emails to them with the packet that they will need to submit back to us. And then we will have there's a scoring criteria. We'll have a committee that will score those, and then we will come back to you at hopefully the special meeting to make a recommendation on who to award those to. Any questions on that?
There are no questions, Council. I ask for a motion. Motion by Councilmember Place Five, Noel Perez. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 14, discuss, consider, and act on requesting proposals for pre-funding engineering services and post-funding engineering services regarding 2026 CDBG Community Development Fund grant application.
Mayor, Council, this again is also part of the procurement process that is required as part of the agency's guidelines and regulations that we go out and procure for engineering services. And we're asking that you authorize us to submit again the request for qualifications for engineering services to help us prepare for this CDBG grant.
Because the city already has a designated engineer service provider, they would not fit in to provide this service?
That is correct, sir, and legal can probably add to this, but we've encountered this with other cities. They would have to also submit a proposal, but we would have to, because we have them as a consultant already, they may not be eligible. That is a question that's been presented in other agencies. They either, because of the procurement requirements and because they act as ours. I don't know, but we will certainly reach out to the Texas Department of Agriculture and see what those requirements are.
So this doesn't mean they can't bid for the service?
That is the question I'll have to present to TDA. I will give you an example. The General Land Office in another city that I worked for, we also have a hired consultant that because he worked for the city was not eligible to submit a proposal to administer those grants. This may be a similar situation, but I will definitely get some clearance for you all before we
I need clarification on that. You said if they work for the city, as far as an employee of the city.
or contractual services. I believe that we have a contract with this firm. So in abundance of precaution, I would definitely, I will follow up with the funding agency to make sure if they can submit a bid proposal.
I can understand. My concern is I would hate to be the engineer of record for a city and then to have the city have to send out proposals. I don't see that.
Again, it has to deal with the procurement, state and federal regulations that we have to post and put that out. And they look at
what they call an advantageous position for someone who currently works for us. That's just been my experience on how it's been posed. Not every granting agency has the same position. But again, I want to make sure that we can, because if not, and they prepare this, they help us with these engineering services, then the city would have to pay that cost. It would not be part of the engineering services that they can be paid out of the grant. So I want to make sure that we are covered on that.
Thank you. There are no other questions, council. If I could please have a motion?
Mayor, I move that the city seek proposals for pre-funding engineering services and for post-funding engineering services regarding the 2026 CDBG Community Development Fund Grant.
Motion by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 15, discuss, consider an act upon adopting resolution number 26-03-02, authorizing the submission of a Texas Community Development Program grant pre-application to the Texas Department of Agriculture for the 2026 CDBG Downtown Revitalization Program. Mrs. Moran?
Yes, Mayor, this is another opportunity for the city of Dilley to potentially submit an application and potentially receive funding for revitalization to our downtown area. We have been in communication with our city engineers, what that project would look like, and I'd like to invite either Mr. Gonzalez or his partner to come up here and talk a little bit about what we're looking as far as submitting as the scope of services for the downtown. This is an application that we have an opportunity to submit to help us as part of our economic development goals, is to revitalize our downtown area. I'm sorry.
Mayor and council, on this one, the city has been looking at putting in some sidewalks from the area of where like the Dollar General is at to the Jalisco restaurant. So having both sides of Main Street being accessible to the community for improved walkway, and also has access to the city park there that's along the railroad tracks. And so that's probably we have.
So let me just add a quick comment. Again, this is additional information and clarity. This would be a pre-application. This would be a pre-application. Due April 3rd. Once the pre-application is submitted, the only way you can enhance your position is with the match. You gotta play the game, you gotta match the funds to get you 50 points. At the end of the day, TDA, everybody who submits a pre-application is fiercely competitive. They only fund about 10 applications in the state of Texas in 2026. So when the pre-application is scored, there's some census-driven data that TDA uses to score and rank the application. You can enhance your position with the match. Depending on where you are in the ranking and the scoring and all the other applicants in the state of Texas that submit their applications, if you float to the top with your score, at the end of the day, TDA will invite you to submit a full-blown application, just like TDA invited the city of Dilley to submit a full-blown application for the Community Development Fund. This is a different pot of money. This is the Downtown Revitalization Program, okay? Should you be invited, that application, could request up to $1 million. That's the maximum amount. With the $50,000 match that you would commit in the pre-application. It does require a resolution, and the pre-application is due April 3rd. And your activity would have to be in the designated downtown historic area of the city of Dilley. And that the city of Dilley has submitted a pre-application previously. They did it last year. And they were out about 7 points or they're about 7 out of the funding range. Okay, there's like 7 applications ahead of them, 7 other applicants. The downtown area that has been designated the historic area in the city of Dilley for these improvements to be prioritized in is from 117 on the north side to whatever it is over here by the
85.
85. And then it's a block east and west of the main street of Dilley. So it's that downtown historic area of Dilley where, should you be successful and should you be invited, you could do some downtown improvements there to put some sidewalks. You could do some water improvements there. If you had a water line there that needed to be replaced, that could also be an eligible activity. The focus is to promote economic development in the downtown area. So what the state of Texas is trying to do is to fund these projects to stimulate the downtown area, to do something to stimulate the economic development there in the downtown area. Any questions on that?
I know the previous application and we just was submitted in October 2024. Now, how long would this process take? You know, more or less?
2024?
Well, I know the previous one, we just,
How long? Process, how long will it take? To
From the pre-application.
pre-application to we get approved and
To get an
if
invite.
you get invited to do a full-blown application, that project would have a start date of February 1st, 2027. It would be for 24 months. It would have an end date of January 31st, 2029. So all these projects are 24-month in duration, 24-month period of construction.
so we have this year. We have this year to pre-apply, get invited to the application, and hopefully we get awarded start next year.
In other words, you have time to budget your match.
You would use your match in that 2-year period. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So in the upcoming budget time, we would definitely
But it's the
put these funds for, encumber these funds for that.
Thank you.
We good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, if I could please have a motion?
Mayor, I move approval of agenda items number 13 as presented. 15 as presented.
Motion by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 16, discuss, consider, and act on resolution number 26-03-03 to authorize the submission of an application to the Texas Water Development Board for water supply infrastructure grant HB 500.
Mayor, Council, you have before you an opportunity again to apply for a Texas Water Development Board, which is administering a grant fund appropriated by the Texas Legislature through House Bill 500. This, it helps to assist communities with construction of their water supply infrastructure. There is no matching required. So if we are successful, we would receive the grant without a match. And I would like to invite Mr. Gonzalez to talk a little bit about what we also had a meeting to discuss what proposed project we would like to consider funding. Mr. Gonzalez.
Mayor and Council, on the House Bill 500 is a new application that came out from Water Development Board. This is not a revolving yearly grant. This is a one-time application that came about. And the application is due in July. We would like to see if we can submit an application for the city so that we can look at funding for water improvements only. And cities are eligible and water districts, but not water supply corporations. The funding that the city would be eligible to apply for, it would be up to $5 million. There is no match on this one. And so they would cover, I guess, your archaeological studies, your environmental studies, your engineering reports, your construction, I guess, budget, and construction support and supervision during that budget. There is some components in working with staff over the years that have been in need of upgrades or repairs. Some of it may be the water filters at the water plant. They need to be rehabilitated, and we may need to add possibly another 2 filters. The elevated tanks throughout town would need to be getting some repairs and upgrades. And then also ensuring that our water systems have backup power in case of a power outage. The water system that we have at the prison, had some leaks and needs some upgrade and repairs. It's been there since 1990. So it needs some upgrades and repairs there as well. And they need some backup power for that facility as well. It runs the high service pumps, but it doesn't run the well pump. So those are some of the items that we would be considering for this project. I think it's a great opportunity for the city to apply, have a competitive application out there, and do some much needed improvements within our city system. Do you have any questions on that?
Thank you, Manuel. Do you have any questions? If there are no questions, if I could have a motion, please?
Yeah, I do have a comment.
Yes.
I'm not against the city going out for any grant. However, my concern is that we are applying for grant after grant after grant, and we do not have a designated grant writer. What we need to do is also seek out a contract for services for a designated grant writer to take on these additional responsibilities. We've just hired a city administrator, and these additional grant or, duties should not fall on her. They should fall on a designated grant writer. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Aranda.
Mr. Aranda, just to comment on that particular point is, we are further in your agenda. You do have a segment for a grant administrator for this
For next
particular
items.
application. And most of your applications do also have a component for a grant administrator and for an engineer. So you have one for both, so that.
But that's where I'm saying is we're designating different people or different agencies for different grants. But at the same time, we need someone locally in charge of the grant process for the city of Dili.
Understand. Okay, yeah. I understand your point better now. Thank you.
And we can certainly entertain that during the next budget cycle, Councilman Aranda, to see, what it would cost the city. Because of course that would have to come out of the city's budget to hire a grant administrator versus it being paid out of what most of these grants do.
And,
The
it
administrator.
doesn't have to be a full-time position, maybe just someone contracted out.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we go for the Texas Water Development Board for Water Supply Infrastructure Grant HB 500.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 17, discuss, consider, and act on requesting proposals for pre-funding administration services and post-funding administration services regarding the grant application to the Texas Water Development Board HB 500. Would be this.
This agenda item again is in line with the previous agenda that you just approved to authorize us to go out for this House Bill 500 grant. This is authorizing us to put out a request for proposal for a grant consultant who will be paid out of this grant to administer the grant.
If there are no questions or discussion, can I please have a motion?
Make a motion that we propose for pre-funding administrative services and post-funding administration services regarding grant application, Texas Water Development Board HB 500.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Number 18, discuss, consider, and act on requesting proposals for pre-funding engineering services and post-funding engineering services regarding the grant application to the Texas Water Development Board HB 500.
Mayor, Council, again, this is goes in line with the House Bill 500 water infrastructure grant that you all have authorized us to go forward with. This would be for requests for qualifications for engineering services that would be paid out of the grant at no cost to the city.
Thank you. Council, can I please have a motion?
Mayor, I move that the city seek proposals for pre-funding engineering services and post-funding engineering services regarding the grant application to the Texas Water Development Board HB 500.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 19, discuss, consider, and act on a resolution number 26-03-04, authorizing the submission of a fiscal year 2027 Community Project Funding CPF application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under the Economic Development Entities EDI program, and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents related to the application and project implementation.
Mayor, Council, I know, again, majority of your agenda has to do with grants, but all of these are time sensitive.
Yes.
This is around the time of year that they come out, so given that they are time sensitive, we have brought these forward to you all. This is an opportunity. We're asking for a resolution authorizing the submittal of a community project funding request. This is through the U.S. Department of Housing Urban Development. It's an initiative for improvements to Ventura Park and for the purchase of fully equipped police patrol units. This is part of the Congressman Tony Gonzalez's congressional earmark monies. These are monies that usually all the Congress people are awarded these funds to be able to distribute these grants to their districts. This is an opportunity to apply. I believe that the city of Dilley has done this in the past and has not been successful. This does not require a match. We are asking for $2,500,000 in project funding for Ventura Park. You do have a memo that was produced by me that outlines what the details of that scope of work would be. I would be for a pavilion for community gatherings, a development of a multi-purpose community center that can be used for our senior citizens, our youth,
and it can provide educational workshops and civic events. We're also asking for an all-inclusive playground designed to be accessible for recreational opportunities for children and for children of all physical disabilities. And then finally, it would include ADA accessible walkways, lighting, utilities, seating, and landscape. The second proposal that we are asking council to authorize is the request for the police department's patrol unit replacement and equipment project. That is, the city is requesting $450,000 from this community project funding grant for the purchase of new patrol vehicles, installation of emergency lights and sirens, in-car communication and radio equipment, and safety and technology required modern law enforcement operations. The total project cost would be $450,000. Again, there is no match or cost to the city.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions, recommendations, suggestions? And if there are no questions, if I could please have a motion?
Make a motion that we apply for the community project funding grant for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place Five, Noel Perez. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 20, discuss, consider, and act on a resolution number 26-03-05, authorizing the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Alamo Area Council of Governments for participation in the Regional Motorola Solutions Radio System.
Mayor, council members, the Alamo Area Council of Governments coordinates with the Regional Motorola Solutions Radio System for a regional communication network. This is an opportunity to participate in this regional system that allows municipalities and public safety agencies to communicate during routine operations and emergency incidents, including multi-agency responses, natural disasters, and working with your regional law enforcement coordination. The purpose of this resolution before you is to authorize the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, with the Alamo Area Council of Governments that will allow the city of Dilley to participate in this radio system. Mayor has additional information. She is part of she's on the board of the Alamo Area Council of Governments and can provide some additional information on this opportunity.
Yes, thank you. So this funding is through the Department of Justice COPS office, and they were awarded a 4.5 million project. And from that project in our area of council of ACOG, the following counties were granted the funds for radios: Atascosa County, Frio County, and McMillan County. With Frio County, the Dilley PD is receiving 14 radios, as well as the batteries and cases and so forth. Frio County 30 and Pearsall PD 18. I believe it was a total of $140,000 or so worth of the radios and all other equipment needed for the usage of that. So this is basically granting permission that we enter this MOU with ACOG so that the city of Dilley PD can receive these radios.
I do have just one question. Jefe, are officers able to communicate at all times with everybody out of the car? When
Not-
they're out of the car?
Not at this moment, sir. We're hoping with these new radios, they're better equipped, better brand.
Because 10 years ago, we were not able, our officers would leave their car and were incommunicado.
Yes, sir.
Period.
That is correct, sir. We still face those issues today. Hopefully with these stronger brand radios. we'll be able
Wonderful.
to resolve
That's
that.
good news. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If there are no other further questions, can I please have a motion?
Mayor, I'll go ahead and move approval of agenda item number 20 as presented.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place Five, Noel Perez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 21, discuss, consider an act and possible action to approve the addition of 3 patrol officer positions to the police department and authorize the necessary budget amendments. Chief?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, council, first of all, I'd like to start off, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I represent the Dilley Police Department and our need to add 3 patrol officers. This is not simply a request for more personnel. It is an investment in the safety of our community. With additional staffing and officers, we can respond with proper backup, manage high skills, high risk situations more safely, and maintain consistent patrol coverage throughout Dilley. Understaffing increases risk for both officers and the community and can impact our response to emergencies. Adding these 3 positions will strengthen officer safety, improve response capability, and enhance our overall effectiveness in protecting the residents of Dilley. At this time, I'm going to let Mr. Esparza share some narrative into our request as well.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, our citizens, and everyone in attendance. You all were provided with this packet right here, and it's just a quick overline of what we're going to speak of. So again, thank you for this opportunity. Angel Esparza for the record, PIO for the department. Honorable City Manager, Mayor, and members of the council, I am writing to you today to express my deep concern regarding the current state of public safety in our community and our urge to you to prioritize funding for increased police staffing and equipment. Over the past several years, there has been a troubling rise in crime within our community, including burglaries, violent offenses, trespassing, and drug-related violations. These incidents have left many residents feeling uneasy, and we are grateful to the families who have stepped forward to voice their concerns about the safety of their homes and their loved ones. Although response times for non-emergency calls suggest that our law enforcement officers act promptly, our resources are stretched too thin. Public safety must never be compromised. Council, I respectfully urge that all personal opinions and biases be set aside and the decisions be guided solely by the oath that you took to faithfully serve and protect the residents who place their trust in you to represent them. Public safety must remain a top priority and should never be overlooked or compromised. So our current ratios right now, presently, we have 1 officer assigned to day shift, supported by the chief of police. During business hours, sometimes extended business hours. During the night shift, we have 2 police officers that are on duty. As of 2025, Dilley's latest population exceeds a little bit over 4,000 residents. This means there is a single police officer responsible for more than 4,000 people during the day and 2 police officers at night. So this ratio at night is for 1 patrol officer per 2,000 residents. Now, these figures do not account for hotel guests, employees of local businesses, or individuals within the school district who rely on our police services as well. Through TxDOT reports of 2025, an estimated 25,000 to 30,000 motorists travel through Dilley every single day on Interstate 35. In addition to serving local residents, the city accommodates these travelers with 9 motels, hotels, several restaurants, 6 convenience stores that cater to visitors passing through. In addition, Dilley ISD has over 850 students currently enrolled for the 2025-2026 school year, along with 250 staff members across the school district. Now, someone may say that's what they have the SRO there for. That's there to protect them. No, we act as assistants for them for any threat that's on the outside. We all know what's school districts have faced with concerns. I encourage everyone to look into House Bill 33, the Uvalde Strong Act, and this entitles more as far as agencies' responses towards any catastrophic events that were to occur at a school. So an overview of population and visitor statistics, it is essential that Dilley maintain a reputation as a safe and welcoming destination for all motorists to stop, rest, and visit. These visits contribute directly to local businesses, growth, and economic development through sales revenue, tax generation, and the overall strengthening of our community's reputation. Preventative measures, proactive police patrols are a statistically supported strategy for deterring crime. Adding 1 officer per shift would give supervisors great flexibility in assigning personnel specifically to enforcement duties or preventative patrols. I know Mr. Olivares mentioned that we had some vandalism at the park recently. This is something that adding an extra officer could potentially deter or help assist. Economic impact. Safe neighborhoods are vital for both businesses and family to prosper. Currently, many residents have voiced concerns about the unexpected need to invest in home security measures such as alarms, video surveillance, property fencing, and other protective upgrades. While we strongly encourage families to consider these security improvements as a long-term investment for their safety, for their home and their well-being, it is unfair that they must shoulder sudden expenses that create financial strain or add further stress to already demanding circumstances. No family should feel pressured to resolve these issues hastily at the cost of financial stability. Community policing. Police participation in community events should extend beyond law enforcement and focus on building meaningful relationships. Community policing provides an opportunity to strengthen and restore trust by fostering genuine connections with residents. I'm proud to say that recently, over the past couple of weeks, we have fostered that connection a lot more. I do carry a city cell phone that I give this number out to everyone I come across. Our officers know to give this number to everyone as well. This is not for 911 and needing an officer. This is for them to generate these concerns to bring to us. You know what? We have a little bit more activity at night. Can we have an extra officer patrol through? This is where I convey the message to the chief. The chief conveys it down to the officers. What we are currently facing at present, Dilley PD's organizational structure, which chief will include here in a little bit, has full-time patrol officers and one supervisor who carries dual responsibilities with criminal investigations and patrol operations. The supervisor must manage a demanding 12-hour shift that includes proactive policing, responding to low priority calls, handling emergency calls for service, while at the same time, this supervisor is responsible for reviewing and approving reports, conducting follow-up investigations, preparing cases for court submission, and maintaining communication with victims to ensure each case is thoroughly and documented position for a successful prosecution. Under the community policing, we have established a program that we're going to be moving forward with Dilley ISD. We're calling it the Replay program. It's reinforced education program between law enforcement and youth. And this essentially is Dilley PD will make their presence a little bit more known within the schools, talking to kids about 911, gun safety, drug awareness, bullying, and just create that rapport that we need with our local youth. What we previously had, so previously within the year 2021, 2022, the Dilley Police Department had 9 officers assigned to the patrol division. 9 officers, with 1 full-time investigator dedicated exclusively to just criminal investigations. During that period, we were able to conduct follow-ups a lot more quicker, prepare cases, resulting in a higher rate of cases successfully being submitted to the county and district attorney's office for the 81st, and allowing for a faster response for all calls and selective enforcement. This selective enforcement included drug interdiction, school zone safety, code enforcement, and city ordinance compliance. Now, we're here asking for this help, but we also want to reiterate that what steps have we taken currently as we're facing these troubling times? So one thing that Chief Hernandez has reinstated is our reserve officer program. So through the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement, you will have 3 selections of how to be a police officer. You have full-time, part-time, and a reserve officer. A reserve officer, we don't pay them at all for their services. We hold their commission for law enforcement so they can continue being peace officers. However, whenever they come out of patrol, we do not pay them whatsoever. The only initial cost we have for them is getting them the badge or their uniform for them to wear. So we've reinstated our reserve officer program. What this is we have our reserve officers. We have a total of 6 right now that they cover 2 12-hour shifts a month. Right now that we're low staff, they have been covering up to 3 and 4 12-hour shifts a month. So these officers come out, they answer calls for service. They're veteran police officers. They're not new police officers. They're familiarized with the area, with some of the citizens. So they're helping us out by covering that gap right now. We've also launched a vacation watch program. This is a confidential watch program to where if you're going to be going out, for example, spring break, you're going to be out for a couple of days, you can reach out to us. We'll get some pertinent information as far as what vehicles do you have in your driveway, any alarms, any dogs on your property. And we'll be making our rounds during each shift, our day shift, night shift, to make sure your home is secured. We've gotten a lot of great feedback from it. I currently have 6 vacation watch program reservations, I guess you could say, enacted, and we've heard nothing but great feedback from it. We've strengthened our communication and oversight. Public safety efforts have been further prioritized by designating a specific point of contact to monitor social media platforms and anonymous tip. This ensures timely review of information related to criminal investigations and proactive deterrence. Again, everyone has this cell phone number that I have. It's a city phone number. They come forward with requests, information. or any concerns that they have generalized. We are also starting the Dilley Police Department Business Registration Program, similar to our Vacation Watch program, except all of our local businesses will be able to give us key holder information, alarm information, let us know their business hours of operation so we can be patrolling through. Council, I'd like to remind you guys of a meeting that was held a couple months ago. I'm going to refer over to the Dilley Aguas article. And during this meeting, you had a couple of residents come forward and express some concerns to you. Some of you may remember. One resident, you'll see it highlighted, Ms. Hale called for increased police presence and community collaboration with council to secure necessary resources and grants. She also requested transparency regarding arrests in the city. Mr. Hale expressed concern about current staffing levels, describing a situation where one officer was on patrol alone and unable to properly arrest violent felons due to lack of backup coverage. Another resident who I'm more than sure is currently watching, and she wanted me to make it known that she still stands by this word and she's open to your phone call if needed. Ms. Iris Gonzalez stressed that taxpayers should not have to take matters into their own hands. They should be able to rely on our police officers. Lastly, Mr. Alvaro Tejerina, he emphasized the lack of law enforcement presence from both county and city, stating that according to population standards, Dilley should have 12 officers. Tejerina believed that crime was lower at the beginning of the year when there was more active and visible, and urged council to support the police chief and personnel with resources. These are words that your constituents that voted you in brought to your attention a couple months ago. The mental health of our current officers, I'm fortunately going to say it's deteriorating because we're getting overworked. There's lack of support, we believe, from around, we're here for our officers. And we presented our case. I think we presented our case clearly. We are open to discussion, open to questions. Behind me is just a few of the dedicated officers that we have that represent our department. Sir, I want to stop right there.
I do want to point out, those 3 officers that you see back there, aside from another one that's missing, is currently the staff that we have right now to serve the community 24/7 along with myself. I do want to point that out.
Well, those 3 officers make up for more than half of our department. We're missing 2. These are the officers that answer this call for help day in and day out for you and for your families and for our community members as well. They leave their families behind every single day to protect yours and ours. We are your City of Dilley Police Department. We are your employees. We are pleading and asking for help. These are your first responders right now asking for help. Respectfully, the ball is in your court now. We appreciate the support that we've received. Some of the council members check in on us almost on a weekly basis. They deliver treats. They give our officers the kudos that they don't need, but it's great to hear. So we appreciate that very, very much. We are open to discussion. Chief is going to present real quick the organizational chart we've had before and what we have now. Thank you.
Mayor, council, in that packet, along with that TICO audit that I gave you, on your second page of that packet is what we currently have as our structure. As you could see there, there is 2 crossed out officers that are currently out due to injuries. So that leaves us with 4 officers, and then including myself, so that'd be 5 to cover the entire city of Dilley 24/7. The second page is the organization chart where we'd like to be at with the addition of those 3 officers if they're granted to us. So you could see that structure there. I've also included our monthly schedule, what we're currently facing right now through these challenges. So y'all could go ahead and look at that as well. Again, Mayor, Council, like Mr. Esparza stated, I mean, it is in y'all's hands now. We made our plea and we definitely need this.
Chief Hernandez and Mr. Esparza, thank you for providing the information you did. Your work does not go unnoticed. I definitely do see day-to-day operations of your department. As we've met before in regards to all of this with City Administrator, you are correct. It's the council's decision to make the decision not only on the safety, which is the main thing of our community, but it also, we do have that financial operations that we need. However, I'm gonna allow them to present that. I have done my own numbers as well, so I'm gonna give the courtesy to our admin team to present those numbers. Council, I just would like for y'all to, like they asked, keep an open mind. keep public safety at the top of our priority. When we did work on our budget for this fiscal year, we did cut one position. During that budget workshop, there was numerous discussion whether or not we should do that or not. I know I was one who mentioned that we definitely should not be cutting a public safety officer, but due to the financial standing where we were, everybody agreed to cut a position from every department. However, I ask that whatever's presented to us financially, that we please consider the possibility of providing more support, hands-on support. The chief is stepping in currently, and he is. I noticed that he is an admin. He is the chief of police. He must go above and beyond and do whatnot. But to what point and what stance are we going to see our officers and staff, and not just police department? That goes for every department in the city. To what point are we going to say enough is enough? We know financial stability is also a priority, but also we need to take into consideration moving forward the processes that are going to be in place and how you are going to be seeing that our financial stability is going to be there because of certain processes that are being in place. So that's all I ask that you please.
I know we
Keep
just had
open mind.
that, sorry. It's because financial reasons, of course, so we have people in place that have found the money that we need. Of course, priorities is for community safety, number one. But my question to you, Chief, would be, are you gonna hire experienced officer, or are you gonna hire out of the academy, which puts you back in square one while you train them?
So we'd like, it would be a combination of both, depending on if we were to get any positions approved. Of course, our immediate thing would be hire with experience, hire individuals that have been in our area. So it would be a combination of both essentially, but if presented a limited amount of positions, then we are seeking people with experience so that we don't go back to square one. Mayor, Council, I also want to add one thing for all those that have been paying attention and listening to the entire meeting. I did make note on another item or something that was said earlier, that the city somehow is losing over hundreds of thousands of dollars in operation in management in other departments. So with that being said, I'd like to for that to be taken into consideration, if we're going to be addressing that loss of money, that we can then redirect that money into our department. Thank you.
What loss are you talking about?
I heard at the beginning of the meeting that we're losing through operation in other departments, maybe over hundreds of thousands on a
The gas
yearly
department.
basis.
That's the gas department.
Okay.
That's not employees, that's just utility.
Ms. Moran, would that be operational costs that we're losing $100,000 or more a year?
So those are what we call, help me out, they're designated funds. So if you have gas loss, any revenue that's generated from that is designated to continue the operations of our utilities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor, what I'd like to say is, I'm not saying I'm against this, but when we did the budget, I'm sorry? Okay. When we reviewed the budget, our main purpose was to hire a financial director to come back and present to us what we have, what we don't have. So what we need to do now is call for a special meeting, meet with a financial director, let us know what we have, what monies are available if we're gonna hire. The other thing that we discussed during budget was employee salaries. We haven't given salary increases to any of our employees for 2 years. There's also other needs in our other departments that, they have needs. So before we decide on hiring police, we need to meet with our financial, come together and prioritize what we want to do as a council, because there's other needs. And also our employees, they've been asking for a raise for the last 2 years. I mean, that's my recommendation before we take any.
Mr. Aranda, and that is correct. Employees have been asking for a raise for for several years, but these are some of the same employees that are, working, 24/7, to protect the city as well, understaffed.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Moran, if you can please present
Yes.
the financial studies that y'all
Yeah.
were working on.
I'd like to have the opportunity to present to the council where we stand with our budget and some of the alternative options that you can take into consideration to help you make an informed decision. And at this time, I also want to invite our finance director to come stand with me so we can discuss it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Alvarez?
Alvarez, can stand with me. And Madam Secretary, if you will use the general fund expense and bring that up before council. What we've presented here in this chart is every department's budget. And we'd like for you to take a look at, if you will scroll down to the police department. You will see that the police department's budget is over $1 million. So, Mayor and Council, what we are currently facing here is a temporary operational challenge within the police department due to officer injuries and 1 vehicle loss. Actually, 2. I was just made aware that we actually have 2 additional vehicles that were lost due to accidents that occurred when the police department was in pursuit of vehicles that were currently asked to enter into that pursuit. DPS and other entities were the ones that initiated this pursuit. But what you have before you here is a request that has been made to add 3 patrol officers. These positions are not currently funded in the adopted budget. Again, this is a budget that you all adopted that does not have 3 additional budgeted patrol officers. You would have to consider amending this budget. Before recommending permanent staffing increases, I believe it is our fiscal responsibility to first stabilize operations using mutual aid, controlled overtime, and temporary measures. I'm requesting direction from council to proceed with short-term stabilization. Again, this is a short-term challenge that we're facing. While the staff conducts a full financial and operational analysis, I recommend that we consider a phased response. And with that, I'd like to address what those phased responses would look like. But if we could go to the second chart that I've provided.
Natasha.
And I will go through the phased options to give you, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Alvarez to discuss what it would cost us to add 3 permanent patrol officers to a temporary solution that we're temporary challenge that we're facing right now.
Ms.
So
Moran,
you will,
can I ask a question before you move forward?
yes,
On the numbers that were presented, the 791,704 that's budgeted for the personnel expenses. Does that also include the overtime that is budgeted? Because I know in the budget it's separate, but does this include it or just for strictly their personnel expenses?
that's personnel. There should be a separate line item for overtime. Personnel is strictly deals with the salaries, the insurances, the FICA, all of that. And then you would have a separate line item that you would, the council approved for specific overtime. And is that correct, Mr.?
Yeah.
Okay, so currently we have
40,000 set aside for
for
overtime.
overtime. So currently we have with the quarterly financial report, we have 607,549 left
Yes.
on that. Okay. And do we know how many positions that budget line item is
Yes.
for?
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
How many?
when this budget was created, it was designated for 7 officers and the chief. And the personnel alone, the budget is 791,000. If we were to add another, which this was 270,000. If we added 3 police officers, that would put it just at over $1 million for just personnel, other than the sundry and other items that needed, like uniforms and gasoline and all that. This would put the total budget of over $1,300,000 for the police department. I think I mean, nobody can say that we don't consider public safety as a priority when we're spending $1 million on it. And we're still on shaky ground, trying to get our footing so that hopefully by next year we'll have a good budget and see where more confidence in the numbers. At this time, I think it's not prudent to almost increase our police force by almost 50%. The budget is for 7 officers, and always personnel should be considered when setting the budget. And once the budget is set, that's what we deal with until the following year when we set another budget. We simply don't have the money to add almost 300,000, 220,000 to the budget in this one department.
I may direct you to, again, the police department budget. In fact, you will see it's almost at 40% of the city's entire departmental budgets. If you add the 3 additional officers, you're looking at 46% in from 40 to 46% of the general fund's budget would be allocated. If you can see that pie chart, that's a significant slice of the city's general fund budget. If I may continue with the options, when we were notified of again, I want to point out that this is the police department is facing temporary operational challenges that based on what we can present with you, we can address this. And I've mentioned some of the things that we can look at. I urge you all not to react to something that we can address through some of these options. We don't want to create positions because we're reacting to a situation unless you can consider that we can sustain those positions long-term. Like Mr. Abbott pointed out, we are lucky that we have core civic funds that we rely on. But again, as I explained during my interviews, that we need to look at diversifying, we need to grow our revenue, and we cannot always be relying, for lack of a better word, on these funds. So with that in mind, again, we want to show some fiscal responsibility. The time to add new positions is when we are preparing for the next year's budget. With that being said, as soon as we were notified of the situation, what we have here is we actually just have 1 officer out on workers' comp. We have filled 1 position, and we have 1 that the police department is working to fill. That would create a full officers being filled with the positions that are vacant. So we only have 1 that just recently resigned that was involved in that pursuit that resigned. So we have that position to fill at this time. We met with the police chief within the 24 to 72 hours that we were notified of this. We have asked what the current staffing roster is. Again, we've pointed out that we only have 1 position that we need to fill, and we would be back to the full 7 police officers. I also asked for overtime hours that are currently being used. We considered mutual aid agreements in place. That's why we have mutual aid with the Frio County officers or our neighbors next door, Cotulla. We have reserve officers. You heard the police department say that they have, I believe you mentioned 7 reserve officers that can also be used to police our community.
And also, our current call load and response times need to be considered. When you're looking at whether or not to add additional positions, you need to consider where's the growth that we would require additional officers for long-term. Again, we're dealing with a short-term challenge that we're trying to address with some of the options I'm going to present to you. But when you look at adding police officers, you need to look, are we growing? What's our crime rate? What's our statistics? Are they growing? Do we have new housing? Do we have new subdivisions that we have to patrol? Are there new businesses that are coming in that are being added? What is the inventory of our loss? TML insurance with these accidents that we've had. I need to remind you that this is going to increase the cost of our insurance with our risk pool. When we have accidents that have to do with workers' comp or having to replace vehicles. How many officers are we losing? What is the reason why we're losing these officers? Again, we have to look at, is it this more of an internal control matter that needs to be addressed? If so, I ask that we finance and myself be given the opportunity to come back and give you all a better financial picture of what is happening here. Vehicles, how many are roadworthy? We have an agenda item I'm going to cover with you where we've discovered we've got 2 police units that have been in a repair shop for over almost 6 months. Unacceptable. Those vehicles should be out on the streets patrolling. So I've looked into that. We have just gotten a check for one of them to be repaired. I will immediately look into this. Mind you, I have just been here less than 3 weeks. And then do we keep them on a preventive maintenance schedule? We've got vehicles that are sitting out in the parking lot. Why they're there? Were they, what happened to them? Why aren't they being in use? With that being said, I'd like to point out that we need to activate our mutual aid. I know maybe that's not a popular thing, but I would be open to contacting our neighboring agencies such as the Fresno County Sheriff's Office or surrounding municipalities to confirm that they offer short-term patrol coverage. We can supplement that by using our mutual aid. It's done all the time, especially when we have emergencies like this. We are currently, Chief has done what we call a shift reallocation, which we've temporarily moved supervisors or investigators to patrol if that's feasible. And then suspend non-critical administrative assignments. Put them back out there. If they're performing administrative duties, put them out there on the field. Suspend that. We need to look at authorized control overtime only for that short term only. Because overtime is expensive, but legal and immediate. It's often cheaper short term than rushing into hiring new permanent police officers. And then we require pre-approval and daily tracking of these officers. I'd ask that you allow us to conduct a financial review to determine where we are with this general fund balance, our current reserve balance. I need to remind you that just a quick audit of when I was interviewed, I was concerned about the use of our reserve fund balance, or what we call the fund balance. We are by law required to have the minimum of 3 months. We were very short of that. We need to grow that reserve fund balance back up to a healthy reserve balance, which would require us 6 months. We also need to look at maybe offering, instead of offering 3 full-time officers, that maybe we hire 1 to 2 temporary contract officers. You have throughout the surrounding community officers who are willing to work overtime that we could use on a temporary basis. Utilize our reserves. We have 7 reserves out there. 6 to 7, approve an overtime cap, reassign our internal staff, and again, defer hiring decisions, permanent positions until we have a budget workshop to present perhaps maybe one or two or all three, if council's willing to look at a $250,000, $300,000 budget amendment this year or next year, because that's what it's going to cost us to put in 3 additional officers. We need to calculate the salary, the benefits, vehicle, equipment, uniform costs, workers' comp, pension, TMRS, training costs. So taking all that into effect, $250,000 to $300,000. I recommend a 30-day stabilization, mutual aid, offer overtime with some internal controls on them, temporary coverage, hiring maybe some part-time officers in the neighboring communities. And then add those positions if council is considering that in the next budget cycle. One thing that you need to consider is that you need to be able to determine that you're going to be able to sustain those officers, that we're going to have a healthy budget next year and in the future, and that we can sustain those officers, that you can defend them in the next audit, because we're going to have to, audits will ding us for things that, we can't defend. And thirdly, we're going to have to explain the impact if we have to use some of those reserve funds. So with that being said, I'd like to present some statistics, I'm sorry. For a city with our population of 3,200, and I'm using that because that is what we use from the US Census data. It doesn't identify who these people are. It is 3,200. That's what we use when we apply for grants. For a city, a small town of this size, we require at least 5 to 7 officers. Carrizo Springs, with a population of 5,000, has 8 to 10. Cotulla, 3,700 population, has 6 to 8 officers. Pearsall, with a population of 7,600.
I have a question. Dimmitt County.
Does
the city of Carrizo Springs have their own department?
They have a larger call volume. They're a population of 5,000 and they have between 8 to 10 officers.
But they have their own city?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm showing on my research. So our PD is feeling this shortage because of the accidents that have occurred, and also the recidivism of officers that we lose, and trying to fill those timely. One thing that we need to look at is how do we address this short-term problem versus going in hiring 3 patrol officers and having to adjust a budget that was approved this year that does not include 3 patrol officers. We can certainly entertain them at the next budget cycle. I'm open to any questions. Again, as promised, my responsibility is to keep us legal, accountable, transparent, and physically responsible. And that's what we're trying to do. And Mr. Alvarez, if you have anything else you'd like to add?
Well, only to repeat what I just said, that we cannot afford it. We don't have the money to increase our budget by, over $250,000. And it should be done during budget where it can all be evened out. I mean, this proposal, with all due respect to the chief, didn't take into account any financial information that I can see.
I do have one question. And I heard it from you that we will be lucky in this fiscal year if we only lose 100,000 in the gas system.
Yes.
That sounds like buying a property for 90,000 and selling it for 20,000, buying for 90. And I mean,
The last 2 years, we have lost 300,000 each year in the gas fund, but this is a different animal.
no, I understand, but it's the same budget, it's the same taxpayer, and there's only X number of dollars coming in.
Correct.
And we're 6 months into the fiscal year, almost 6 months. And here we are. I mean, this council, the majority of this council adopted a budget. So,
Correct.
and here we are facing a gas crisis that we'll be lucky if we lose 100,000. Knowingly, we know that, and it's okay. I mean, something has to come up, either make it unaffordable where people don't want it anymore. I can't afford it. But for us to throw good money after bad, I mean, forget it. That's not what we're here for.
And again, I have presented options to you all that we can consider to address the short-term challenge, and I cannot stress that this is a short-term challenge that needs to be addressed through internal controls. I want to remind council also that we have unknown costs. My first week, we were dealing with 2 back-to-back audits from the Railroad Commission for failure to submit timely required regulated reports. We were looking at facing, $12,000 to $20,000 in fines. We were lucky that we were able to address those audits and submit the required reports, and the case was closed. We do have another audit coming up, and as I am doing my observation, as we're looking at our finances, we're trying to find additional monies for the city of Dilley. I'm looking at contracts, reviewing those contracts, trying to find grow the revenue like I explained to you all, but there will be other financial challenges that I have not become aware of yet, but I just want you all to be aware that this can happen. So again, I'm open to guidance from this council, but I would recommend that we do not react, that we consider maybe some positions in the next coming budget cycle and give us an opportunity to present what that budget would look like with adding those officers in. I've given you some data and statistics, what other surrounding communities have. We are in uniform with what is required for a small community. And I used crime statistics. I used other data that police officers use to determine what a community our size requires in the number of ratio of police officers.
So with the information you presented, I know we're discussing 3 officers. And with the positions that have not been filled, for example, the corporal position, those have not been filled for 6 months of this budget season, this fiscal year. Other vacancies that came about when the turnaround and so forth. So there are funds at least to fund 1 position. Would y'all be in agreement with that?
So what we have here is this budget funded 7 officers, including the police
And the chief.
and including the chief. What we've discussed with again, this would be a discussion for next budget cycle. But what the chief is looking at through the org chart that he presented to you all is actually moving current officers into what we call titled positions, which would add more monies to those. So you're gonna there is no vacancies. He would like to create a lieutenant position and move someone into that position, which would require additional monies because you have different job duties and responsibilities. Again, I would recommend that we take a look. I'm not saying that we shouldn't consider that, but give us the opportunity at the new budget year. The only vacancy that I see here, unless I do not have the information, but what I was given was we had 2 officers that were in an accident. 1 has resigned, so we have to fill that position. Out of the 7 officers, 2 were workers' comp, 1 has resigned. That is the only vacancy I'm aware of. We had a second vacancy that has since been filled recently. I just met the new officer. So that position has been filled. We can act quickly to fill the vacant one. And then that would mean we only have 1 officer out on workers' comp. Vehicles, we have 2 that are in repair that have been there for 6 months. God knows why. But I am certainly working on moving quickly to get those back out on the streets.
So that's the only thing I'm aware of. The org chart is recommending movement in title positions like sergeants, lieutenants, or so that's what that org chart is. And that may be where the 3 positions would come in. We would move officers up into those positions. But again, I have presented to you all statistics and data where most of these cities have maybe a sergeant and a lieutenant in place.
And that's what I'm referring to. I'm referring
Yeah.
to this one.
Yes.
This is what is funded right now with our budget. This is what's being proposed, the second page.
I believe that's what, that's
So
the one.
lieutenant position, chief, has the lieutenant position ever been filled for this fiscal year?
So, Mayor, Council, the only position that we'd be per se giving a title to, if you look to my second page, would be a corporal. We would be assigning a corporal to serve as a first line supervisor for our officers. We currently have a lieutenant and a sergeant position already in our structure, and you can see that in our structure in the first page. Now, the reason this isn't a temporary need, as you recall, we were here months ago asking for something similar. This is something that we've been needing. Our police department has been depleted. Yes, financially, I don't have those numbers. We were never presented. I'm curious as to learn how we got to $100,000 per officer cost on a fiscal year. I haven't seen those numbers. I could get with Ms. Moran at a later date, at a later meeting. But I would be curious because currently our organization chart shows 9 members in our police department. And I think if I recall, it's about 700,000 and some change. Adding 3 additional officers is almost close to half of that, not even a third of that 300. They're averaging 300,000.
I think we need to go back and sit down and talk about it with you, the chief, and Mr. Alvarez to find out. Only because I know the budget that we're being told at was never really given to us like that. So I don't want to, I don't want to go any further with that, but I think it needs to go be looked into. And then we can sit back, and if we can't get 3, maybe we can get 2. 2's better than nothing, you know what I'm saying? But that's where I sit here to listen to this conversation. Instead of going back and forth, I think we need to sit down and go in there in the office and sit down and talk about it, find out what, because like I said, the budget we were given.
It was no good. We discussed this before in your office, and we weren't given
We weren't given
a correct budget, you know? And the only reason we passed it was because that was what we were given.
Take the deadline.
You know,
right?
that was the deadline right there. They're like, we gotta pass this. And we come and it was said on the council meeting that we were gonna come back and amend, you know, whatever change we needed to do, which was, you know, the PD, the raises and stuff like that. Because we're still thinking, is it gonna be raises or is it gonna be a bonus? So, you know, that was still unclear, but we had, you know, unclear numbers.
Yeah.
And
But I
that
think
was
we
one of
just got
Mr.
clear numbers.
That was one of Mr. Alvarez's concerns when he was on the council, that, you know, that budget that was given to us was unclear and, you know.
And I'd like to point out, Mayor and Council, that you all cut that budget for that officer. My position is always, we never cut public safety, whether it's fire or police. But again, you all had your mitigating reasons for why you needed to cut positions all across the board. So I'm, you know, reminding you all of that.
We should go back and look at it,
Mhm.
and maybe we can have a special
Yes.
meeting
And this,
verify everything.
this
going on.
org chart does not represent the current, but what should have happened, this org chart would have changed when you adopted this year's budget, 25-26. This is a 21 budget. This org chart was adopted in 2021. What we have adopted in this current budget was 7 patrol officers. That's what we adopted, including the chief's position.
So,
To give you some cost
so it
estimates.
should be this one then.
No, that's the proposed one that he would like to see.
Cause I was on the board on 21 and this shows the 2021
Yeah.
work chart. Cause we had a total of 15 employees at that time. You know, we had a corporal, we had a sergeant, we had 2 sergeants, a corporal, a lieutenant, the chief, we had our admin person, and we had, about 8 patrol officers. You know, the way it's the way it's here, 4 at night and 2 in the day. But they utilized at that time the corporal as well as a daytime officer. You know, so
Again, Councilman.
right here, I understand. So he's trying to go back to when he started, because he started in 2018. You know, and I know he did because, you know, he was one of my first hires when I got on the council. So he's been here since 2018. So the work chart looked like this back then. Now it looks like this. You know, we were at a 1.3 million at that time, you know, in the budget. You know, how are we still at 1.3 but less people?
No, 1.3 would be if we hire the additional
Uh,
3 officers.
Councilman Castillo, this is your 2021 employee handbook. Those organizational charts came out of this handbook. What you don't have is the organizational chart, and I will be happy to provide that at the next meeting. Based on the budget you adopted, what that organizational chart looks like and should have been part of an attachment to your budget. And it will be in the next year's budget.
Yeah, the one they
but
showed me
that-
looks like this one.
That does not, what I'm going to present to you is the budget for 2025, 2026, for the budget that you adopted for the police department, what that organizational chart should look like. That is a 2021 org chart.
Yeah, I'm
That's
saying,
in
yeah,
this book.
it's this
Yes,
one.
sir.
This one is on that one.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah,
one
this
back
is,
here.
yeah,
2021.
it's the same one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same one. This is the
But this
proposed
one
one.
does-
This is the
uh,
proposed one.
This is not, that work chart.
And
does
this,
not
this
reflect-
work chart is what shows right now on the budget.
That's what I need to verify and confirm with you all that it does reflect the budget you adopted. So the base salary for a police officer for a city this size, the base salary, which is very competitive, we pay 52,000. That doesn't include payroll taxes, retirement, health insurance, dental, vision, workers' comp. And then I understand we also pay life insurances. From what I can tell, I think we're paying 2 life insurances. The city pays that full cost. So right now, we're looking at a total for just one officer, $73,482 for that one officer.
That does not include other expenditures like uniform or gasoline. That's with
Yes.
payroll and payroll cost.
Okay, well, thank y'all for the information. The questions I asked was just posing back to, we were not, as stated by 2 council members, we were not presented a budget precisely to the cost effectiveness of our personnel expenses. We all are aware of that. So I do suggest to council that, and later on this meeting, we will have an item to discuss a special meeting. That this also be brought to that. We have done most of the legwork, and that this item also be brought at that time. If there's no action tonight.
We'd like to get one more word in, and I'll let Mr. Esparza. We'd like to thank everybody for their consideration. This, like Councilmember Machado said, we can't get 3, 2 is better than none. We can't get 2, 1 is better than none. Ms. Moran talked about her key roles here with the city manager. One of them being transparency. We kindly asked Ms. Moran being transparent with us. This correspondence that she shared was simply between her and the financial director at this time. We've met twice this week with Ms. Moran, and none of this information has been given to us. These slides, these numbers that are y'all seeing, it's never been given to us. On the contrary, these last 2 meetings have been nothing but more addressing concerns on how officers should be responding to calls and dealing with stuff. It has prompted us to seek legal guidance through the Texas Municipal Police Officers Association. Due to their licenses being at risk, we don't respond promptly to EMS calls or to anything else.
Mayor, I think this is out there.
Yeah.
We're not discussing hiring anymore. We're discussing concerns.
Agreed, and those concerns will come up at the next meeting, but I do want that on the record. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have some words to share, Mr. Alvarez?
What?
Did you have some words to share?
I shared my opinion on the budget.
Okay.
I mean,
What
I
item
can
is that?
repeat it. Things
So-
are not gonna change.
So no derogatory words, or just whispered, no derogatory words,
Chief.
just whispered.
Chief.
No, I don't want to share anything.
Okay, council, going back to this, if there are no other further questions, if I could please have a motion as discussed. Motion on the table to take no action. By Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Second. Second by Councilmember Place 5, Noel Perez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Ms. Machado?
I'm
You
gonna
did it.
abstain from voting.
Okay, we have,
And
yes,
just once again, there's no need to motion to take no action, just by not making any motion at all. If no one makes any motion, you just move forward on the
I
agenda.
understand, sir. We'll go forward in the
In
next
this case, I
meeting.
don't
Is
have
that-
to by default.
Yes,
It'd be, I guess you got 3 yay votes though, right?
yes,
Yeah, she did.
So it would
Yes.
pass. 3 yays, an A and an abstention will pass.
yes. That's what I was just going to say. Three yes, 1 nay, and 1 abstain. Moving on to item number 23, discuss, consider, and act on advertising for event coordinator for the City of Dilley 2026 Independence Day Festival.
Yes, Mayor, you've had this, last year you had this agenda come before you. Ms. Prado has presented to you the documents that were used from last year, and we're just asking for permission to go out for bid proposals so that we can start preparing for the Independence Day event. If council has any questions, Ms. Prado can probably provide some information.
Yes, I actually do have a question for our finance director. What is the balance in our hot funds?
This is just off the top of my head, but it's about 300,000.
And is that
That we
already,
still have to pay for the sidewalk. Left. So I think that was like 70,000, so we have plenty of money in the. Last year, I believe we authorized 25,000. And we spent $22,014 plus fireworks. Those 22,000 were paid from from the hot fund. And also an additional 2,149 for fireworks, and that was paid out of general fund. Right. So the whole thing cost about 24,000. Below. So we were under budget last time.
okay. Council, any ideas, additions, subtractions for this event? It's something that we do yearly.
I feel that 25,000 is sufficient to provide, present an event, for the 4th of July. My only question was on, I think we had issues from what I remember last year on how the advertisement was written for the event coordinator. I think we wanted it to be more clear as to
Mm.
something saying
4th of
that,
July.
that it was only specified for the 4th of July and not necessarily hiring an event coordinator for every function, right?
Yes, I do remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
And if I may, Mayor, we'll definitely look at revising that proposal. But also I would encourage whomever the council chooses, that they try to get sponsorships, which would help with the cost. And that's very common when you go out to businesses and try to get sponsorships to cover the cost of the event.
Now, do you recommend that our event coordinator does that or that we do that as a city?
The event coordinator.
Event coordinator.
Yes, sir.
We're trying to minimize our budget use
Yes,
or do a bigger event.
yes.
That's true. If more money comes in, there is more of a budget to spend on different things.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And this year, 4th of July just does fall on a Saturday. Just so that y'all can also plan accordingly. Okay, if there's no other further questions, discussions, may I please have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to. Oh. Mayor, I also, I think what we should also do is designate a date now. That way, whoever is the event coordinator can start making, get their proposals as to what date we plan on having this function. Whether it be the 4th, the 3rd, you know.
On a Saturday.
Right, but yeah, just to have a date, designated date,
4th of July,
4th of July, I mean.
whatever it falls on.
Okay.
Also, Mayor and Council, I would like to see if we can get also a closing date for this advertisement.
Okay.
Because
We're already in March, so definitely
By the end of
we need to,
2 weeks, give it 2 weeks.
so it can come back to council in April.
Prior to your posting?
Go ahead, Chief.
Mayor Council, really quick, would y'all be putting a price on the advertising, like the budget? And if so, would that include for the promoter to for the security and stuff like that? It's a question that comes up every year. Just want to get that clarified.
So council, you heard the question. Are we gonna have a proposed budget to include security? Are we that way? So whenever they advertise, they know what everything it is that we're.
Usually that's how it goes. They gotta take out for the monies for the security.
Security.
But what's given.
Yeah.
Couldn't we use those reserve officers for security? It costs the city no money. I thought I don't put our officers attached to that event because I know things happen. So we have 6 reserve officers. I think that'd be good to use them since it doesn't cost any money.
Yeah, but the only way that's gonna work if we tell them in advance and tell them, hey, on this day, you have to come in. You know, reserves don't work like that.
Well. When we.
I would also add,
Correct.
security work is different than police work.
Yeah.
For an event like this, your police couldn't do it because they're monitoring crime elsewhere and responding to calls and whatnot. You need someone like off-duty, like an off-duty officer you're paying for security, if you're providing security at all.
Yes, JJ.
Yeah, by hiring an event coordinator, that event coordinator should also coordinate the security.
Yes, that's part. Yes, sir. Oh,
Yes, go ahead, DJ.
sorry.
I know in the previous years, my name is JJ, but I've been the festival coordinator for several years. In the previous years, I've always included the fireworks and the security in the budget of the 25,000. I think at the time was 20, but this last 2 years, they've excluded the fireworks and the security coming at us of another budget. So in the previous years, I have included the security and the fireworks within the budget of 20,000, I believe, when I was at the time it was. So it has been done before.
Yeah.
But this last 2 years, I was told by council that the firework display would come from another budget, and then also the security. So we could spend most of the money for the festival out of the 25. But in the previous years, my job is to make a successful festival for our community. But at the same time, if I don't have to use the 25,000, whatever money is left over, it's, I feel like I've successfully done the festival right by not spending all the money that's been issued out to me to do the festival.
Sounds good.
So, and with 3 months out for the festival.
Are you cutting it real close? If
we-
you're giving that, yeah.
We need to, well, we have the 2-week deadline, but usually we have trouble with getting quick baskets are taken and the deposit turnaround. That's been the only fault the delay that we've had. But other than that, well, I'll submit the proposal in the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
What was that?
The question was, does this have to go out for advertisement for bids? And yes, it does. We can't just hire something.
So do we want to keep the same budget?
I mean, I think we should. I know last year it was separate, the fireworks and all that, because we increased from 20,000 to 25,000 last year because we wanted to provide more, we wanted to provide something for the children and things like that, so.
Yes. Okay, may I move that we advertise for an event coordinator for the city of Dilley for the Independence Day Festival with a budget of 25,000 and a bid due date would like April the 10th work? That's like the Friday before our council meeting. Right? Okay, with a bid due date of April the 10th.
Motion by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
Before,
We have a second. Go ahead.
no, so, on the due date, are we able to still put it in on the agenda or are we gonna?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's just that the bids
It's
are
just
due
the
by that
closing.
day.
Yes, it'll be put in on Wednesday and then Friday, it closes out and then I won't have attachments to give y'all until council when y'all open.
Yeah, well, they're usually given, yeah. Right.
Second,
you.
Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 24, discuss, consider an act on advertising for sealed bid proposals for operation of the pool concession stand for the 2026 summer season.
Mayor, Council, this is an agenda item that has come up before last year. These are budgeted positions for hiring of the pool manager and lifeguards.
The concession.
Oh, I'm sorry, the pool concession stand. I got ahead of myself. But it's all along the same lines, just to, usually we start wanting to see these agendas authorized so that we can start with the hiring of the personnel as well. Usually happens around March. Most cities start in March. So we can reach out to the schools while they're still in school as well.
Mayor and council, we usually put the sealed bids in for, we close it out May 1st, so that it'll be presented in the council meeting in May. And so that way, whoever is awarded the bid, they're able to, usually they open up for graduation night. How the dance is there, they usually open up as like a gentle opening to show what they will be having. That's what usually has been done in the previous years before, so.
I feel like we should just, if we're doing this already this month, we should just do the cutoff day in April so they could have enough time,
Yes, sir.
you know, to build up some funds if they want to do something bigger or, you know, get their inventory up, you know.
With the closing date of April 10th, so that way it'll be in for the,
For the next council agenda.
Mhm.
We can bring that and then that'll give them plenty of time to
Yes.
prepare the
Almost a month and a
pool,
half.
hire get our lifeguards and start planning events for the summer.
Yes.
Council, do we
Talking
have a
about the
motion?
concession- the concession stand, right?
Yeah, because
Yes.
yes, because that is.
Sorry.
She wants to get the meeting done.
May I move that the city advertise for sealed bids for proposals for the operation of the swimming pool concession stand for the 2026 summer season with bids due on or before April the 10th.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Sí.
opposed? Motion passes. 25, discuss, consider an act on advertising for lifeguards and pool manager for the 2026 summer season. So again, we're in that season. We have-
Do
We
we,
paid last time.
yeah, I was about to ask.
Mayor and council, we usually send it out. We just post on our Facebook and send it out like flyers to the school to keep it local for the
Mhm.
kids to have a chance to come in. And also the pool manager, we post it on our city website as well as Facebook. Last year we didn't put it in the newspaper for pool manager, again, to keep it local, to produce,
Mhm.
temporary seasonal work.
Are we gonna discuss pay or is that later?
The the lifeguards are at $15
Mhm.
and the pool manager was, I believe, at 18.
Yeah.
How many will be hiring as lifeguards? All of them.
No,
How many?
The way it was situated last season, you know what I mean? The trainer, he worked with all of the students to help them pass.
But what is budgeted for that?
We usually do about 8 to 10. That's what we've had before previous, but I would say 8 would be sufficient.
We have to look at the budget, make sure we follow that as well, if it's.
We don't allocate positions for the pool. We normally hire everyone who applies because mid-season, you're down to 4.
But
And it's true.
Yeah, 2 days.
There's just, because they don't all work at the same time, there's just a set schedule, so the budget pretty much stays the same. It's just the number, you end up with very few certified lifeguards, and by the time the pool season starts, sometimes you're down to half of those. Okay.
Okay. There are no other questions or discussion? May I have a motion?
Mayor, move that the city advertise for lifeguards and for pool manager for the 2026 summer season with lifeguards at a salary of 15 per hour and the pool manager at the salary of 18 per hour.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. 26, discuss, consider, and act on appointing an election judge for the 2026 City of Dilley Municipal General Election and setting pay for the election judge, alternate judge, and elections clerk.
Mayor and council, I did provide a little handout just to inform where we're at. Election judge is at 21, alternate judge is at 20, and election clerks is at 18. I normally get 6 workers. And the way we usually have it set up, if you've seen in previous elections or you've come and voted, it's 3 in the front and 3 in the back. The 3 are the ones in the back are the counters, and the 3 in the front is the election judge with 2 doing the sign-ins for the voters coming in. This year, it was passed that judges and clerks will have to be paid through payroll, in which we would have to put them in as like a seasonal worker. And they will need to have a background check and a drug testing done prior to election.
Where can we find that information? Because when I looked on the Secretary of State, it said it wasn't effective till 2027.
Well, that it's done by, the way they informed us was that it's good to do it this year, so that way your election workers already know already on what is needed and what is going to be required of them. But I will advise and get that from where I received from the election training.
Okay.
And last year, we did have early voting ballot board, which was a great help. What they do is the board qualifies and process regular ballots by mail, late ballots, and provisionals.
Right,
You know what I
Okay.
mean? That is, I do
And that's during early voting?
the early voting and they do process late ballots are usually ones from when we receive from the mail. They process those and provisionals, which is after the election. And basically, they don't open the ballot or anything. They're verifying signatures and verifying that all information is on the ballot to qualify to be counted.
How many serve on the ballot board?
3.
You have any questions regarding the ballot board or anything presented?
No.
Pay, are we going to leave the same for election judge as 21, alternate judge 20?
I
election
think we,
clerk 18?
I think we should because we
Mhm.
were very,
Or- Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
You all have a resolution ready with names. You know who you're appointing?
Yes, who I'm appointing for election judge would be Rebecca West. She did the judge last year and she was very transparent. She made sure to follow by the rules. She made sure of certain camps were the designated space away needed. And
Do you have that resolution? Because it's not in here.
no,
Resolution for this?
we never had a
I don't think we've
resolution
ever
for.
created a resolution.
I'm just asking.
I don't know that you need a resolution. I mean, the minutes can reflect. At the very minimum, we just need y'all voting on the.
Cause
The
they
actual
make the
name of
motion,
the
they make
person?
the motion with the name and then
Because-
and then from there I can I give her an appointment that she was
Yeah, you
appointed.
appoint them, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And she does the recruiting of the employees, right?
Yes, we work through together and we make sure that, of course, we follow the rules. The nepotism law does apply. So we do follow in regards to that.
I know a while ago you stated 6, but here in the worksheet you gave us, I only count 5 people.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was supposed to be 4 clerks because the judge and the alternate is the the one who's in charge of the county and she's usually the alternate.
Yeah.
And then Rebecca West is the election judge and then it's 4 clerks,
Okay.
2 and 2, sorry about that.
And then you're coordinating with Ms. Hughes with the student workers, election workers?
Yes, I know that a few years back, we with Judge Flores, we did bring up about possibly using election workers. Especially Ms. Hughes had talked about it. I did tell her that it was always encouraged in training. They always encourage. She is working with the school to train them. It wouldn't be just to come and work for this election. It could be county, it could be, and it will be starting with 18-year-olds and up. No, at this moment, nothing in minor. We do have government through the school, through the college, the debate team and stuff. We do have students that are interested to know the election process.
Perfect, thank
Okay.
you for that information. If there's no further discussion or questions, council, I ask for a motion.
I make a motion that we accept Rebecca West as election judge and the pay that was mentioned here by City Secretary Natasha Prado.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. No, item number 27, discuss, consider an act on setting a date for special meeting. Council, we will need to conduct a special meeting regarding the audit presentation. The available dates by the auditor are March 26th, March 27th, or Monday, March 30th. No, don't say that.
Come on.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I had received a email from him trying to confirm for the 24th, and the reason being is because
We also have the bond counsel and the financial advisor who indicated that the 24th worked best for them
Okay.
to come and do a presentation regarding the certificate of obligations for the meters, the water meters.
Mhm.
So that
I'm
was.
sorry, I overlooked that email. I saw the first email.
Oh,
Those
okay.
were
I
dates.
wasn't sure if you'd gotten a more recent one. So.
So
but-
was it the 24th?
Yes, we were trying to coordinate all three of those individuals. And that would give us time to also make sure we're meet the posting date of the agenda.
March 24th.
24th is good with me.
So the bonds would be on there, our audit presentation.
Yes.
And then
Would we be able to have item 21 on here, the no action item?
Item 21, we can certainly try. I have to get with Mr. Avidas so we can get that information from you all. For you, for April, for the special meeting. And I don't know, I know that we're gonna bring back also the awarding of the those grants that we're
Right.
awarding. The grants administrator and the engineers for the majority of these grants. Because those are time sensitive as well, we need to have those awarded by the 24th.
Perfect.
Also, Mayor and Council, I will be adding 2 agendas for the election, which we usually have a special election in March where we put in for the Frio County agreements. Mhm.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And then we would have the audit presentation from our auditors as well at the special meeting.
Yes. Alrighty, council, may I have a motion, please? Setting the date for our special meeting?
Mayor, Council, I'll go ahead and motion on setting a date for the special meeting for March 24th at 6 p.m.
Yeah, we usually do our special meetings.
and 6 p.m.
Motion made by Council Member Place One, Everardo Castillo, second.
Second.
Second by Ray Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Alrighty. Next items is executive session call pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, Sections 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters to discuss and consider the following items. A, discuss, consider an act on termination appeal of library director. B, discuss, consider an act on duties of city secretary. C, discuss, consider an act on authorizing the use of chief of police unit outside of city limits. D, discuss, consider an act on the changes to job description and organizational chart for the public officer or employee finance director. We go into executive session at 9:35 p.m.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
How do some of these items fit into executive session? Executive session is meant to discuss real property, personnel matters, economic development, consultation with attorney. But like some of these are open session items, like duties of city secretary. That's something we would
So-
discuss in open session.
So y'all can certainly come back and discuss and open if you'd like. Item A, B, C, and D, all of these qualify under the personnel exception. As well as
Like
consultation with attorney to the extent there's any.
the use of the chief to use a police vehicle, that's something we discuss in open session. There's no reason to discuss that in executive session. This is a public item.
It's, so the personnel exception is pretty broad. It just reads. Oops.
I mean, I know we can go back there to discuss if there's legal issues regarding the discussion, but to
So-
just go back there to discuss an item.
Legal issues is separate from, so consultation with attorney is whenever y'all have
Right,
questions for me. But the personnel exception is there to protect the privacy of the employee. So Unless they ask for it to be an open, you all have the right to take it back into close, and it's
Okay.
pretty broad.
But
It's,
my question is, there's nothing private about discussing city secretary duties or discussing the chief taking the police home.
And Mr. Beck will look that up, but we are dealing, the executive session, the laws deal with, if you're dealing with any discussions that involves an individual, in this case with the police chief, he is asking for the use of the vehicle, so we will be discussing personnel items dealing specifically to the police chief. With regards to the city secretary, there, is attached some duties because there was some concerns that were brought up by this individual regarding direction. So it's dealing again with a specific individual and not in general the job description. So that's why they do fall under the personnel statute.
it's, yeah, the ways it would come back into open would be if the employee that's covered by the items says, no, I wanted an open, they can do that. And the other way would be that this is really being put into closed session on the agenda by the presiding officer. If a majority of council wanted to overrule that and find that we all don't want to go into open, then you could make that motion as well.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. We're going into executive session at 9:38 PM. We're all good. We're reconvening this evening's from the executive closed session to open session at 11:57 PM. Open session, take action on items discussed in executive session. Council, we seek legal counsel for the following items. I'm gonna open item A, action on termination appeal of library director. If there are any questions or discussion that wants to be discussed in open session, now's the time. If not, I could entertain a motion.
Mayor, if there's no question, I move that the council notify the library director, Ashlyn Salinas termination and to provide her with retroactive pay from her termination date.
We have motion on the table by Council Member Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second? Second by Council Member Place 5, Noel Perez. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
And we have one recusal. 2-2. 2 yay, 2 nay. At this time, we have a tie, so Mayor breaks that tie. And I'm gonna make my decision now based on legal consultation and the items discussed. So I will vote against that motion. So motion does not pass 2-3. Just want to make sure for record, do we need another?
Discuss, that's really my motion to be.
Mike, I'm sorry.
That was like we discussed, that's really the only motion that can be made.
Can be
So
made.
since it failed, there's no need to.
Oh,
Okay, just want to make sure for record.
so.
Moving on to item B, action on city secretary job duties. Are there any other questions, clarifications, or anything? If not, I ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we let the city manager make the changes in the job descriptions as needed.
For who?
For the citizen. The duties.
Action made by council member Place.
Yeah, you may be confusing this with the item for the finance director. With regard to the item from the city secretary, we discussed adopting a policy addressing
Yeah, the
her
resolution.
concerns. If that's something y'all want to do, if you want a written policy, we will bring something back to y'all to consider.
Okay, so, or we just want to, for the record, is there an action on this item? We have one that's open now.
It wasn't a very clear motion.
Well, to allow the city manager to make the changes of the secretary.
What changes are you talking
I
about?
don't know, whatever changes she feels that need to be done. It's up to the city.
We will, yes,
Yeah.
the action y'all could take out of this one would be to direct the city administrator to work with myself and whoever else we need to bring back a policy for y'all to consider that addresses the things we talked about in executive session.
Okay,
And if so, that's,
whatever you say.
Whatever.
you can say so moved, that's just fine. It's late.
Hmm?
No,
You could say so moved if you want to
So
do the
moved.
thing I said, yes.
Attorney says.
Motion made by council member Place 3, Alicia Machado, second by council member Place 5, Noel Perez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item C, action on use of chief of police unit outside city limits. Do we have any discussion, questions to address before? If not, I ask for a motion. No motion, I entertain that there is no action then. Item D, action on the changes to job description and organizational chart for the public officer or employee finance director. Again, if there are no discussions, questions, or clarifications needed, I ask for a motion.
Mayor, I move that the city amend the organizational chart by amending the transfer of utility clerk, the general clerk, the accounts payable clerk from city secretary to the finance director, and also to amend the job description for the for the finance director to reflect the changes noted on the organizational chart.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda, as stated. Do I have a second?
That's second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. It is 12:03 PM. We will adjourn this evening or
AM.
this morning. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, 12:03 AM.
Make